Good morning, everyone. Welcome on in to an extra YouTube exclusive stream today. I hope everyone's had a good weekend and we're all doing well. It is technically the first week of February now. Already, it is already February. It really does feel like yesterday we were celebrating the New Year and Christmas. It is going far too quickly. But we do have another myth to get through today. It is a rerun, but we did not stream it last year because this myth came out pretty much the first week I started playing the game, so we didn't cover it. So we'll be doing it today. Hello, welcome. Hey Monto, hey Helena, hi Roxy, hi Sakura. Sakura is ready. Ready for that Caleb myth today. Oh goodness. Ooh. Oh, we had a lot of fun with Divinity yesterday. It was very chaotic. Fire and explosions. And some spontaneous combustion yesterday. Maybe consequences for that later on. What are we doing today? We're playing some video games. It'll be your third time going over the myth. This is going to be my first time watching it uninterrupted. Because this was sort of released back when we had to level the cards to watch everything, which was very frustrating. I much prefer how it is now, where we get it, we can watch it. The leveling up is purely just left for the battle section and not for just enjoying the story. So yeah, it took me a while to level up the card. I think I only like a month or two ago got it to like 70 plus. So it's gonna be my first time sort of watching it the whole way through without some... Oh no! Speaking of spontaneous combustion, there may be some of that in today's myth. There may be a little bit of that today. This is the card that made us paranoid, isn't it? About Caleb blowing up in every card that came after it. What's my favorite game ever? Baldur's Gate 3. Caleb just doing what he does best. He has had several accidents since then. There have been a couple of cars where, you know, he's just sort of casually mentioned, oh yeah, the ship crashed. I don't know what that is. You're gonna have to give me like a full title instead of an abbreviation. Hello, welcome. Is this... It started already. Is this an AI? No, you're AI. Because... It's exactly what an AI would say. Only the cat and the tree in the background are... Yes. What we have done, in order to confuse your little mortal brains, is added just a singular AI element into the background. And you have to guess what it is. I have no idea what that... No. The answer is no. I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. I play one mobile game and that is it. And likely the only one I will play. And it is not that game. Neither don't really care for football. Oh. We started off the week strong, aren't we, Helena? Oh, goodness. So much paranoia on YouTube these days. My goodness. No future myths like to add references to the past ones. The future one's going to be more like nature tone. Then I wonder how they'd reference this robotic one. Yeah, I am anticipating perhaps some Garden of Eden, but a Wasteland Garden of Eden. I don't know why. I think it's that 4-star card that's making me think Wasteland Garden of Eden. We've been having some sort of George of the Jungle-esque look. But I do think because last year's anniversary 4-stars had links to the myths this year, I do think perhaps Caleb's 4-star this that we got for the anniversary may have some clues to what we're going to get perhaps in a month or so. But I feel like we're definitely going to get some references to this myth we're going to watch today for sure, yeah. Hello, welcome. For some reason you can't take Tarzan. Or George of the Jungle Boy out of your head. I feel like it's definitely going to be somewhat scantily clad. Because he was quite covered in this myth. And that seems to have been the theme. If they were covered in the last one, the next one ends up being a bit more, a little more slutty, doesn't it? So, I don't know. And we've had all the, was it leopard? The animals escaped my brain now. I think it was it leopard, panther? I've forgotten. We had a lot of references to. It might have been a leopard. Skur can probably. It was a leopard. Okay, I don't know where panther was coming from. Yeah, okay. I should have just gone with my initial gut choice there, which was leopard. Yeah. So we've had a bit of that. Some leopard references too, so I think that is probably going to play some part in it. Even if it's just aesthetically via outfit. Hey Rit, how are you? Watch out for the apple tree. Oh. A friend-shaped large cat, yes. Yeah. So I'd be very surprised if the 4-star does not have some clues in it. But then again, you know, you never know. They could be trying to throw us off the scent so we don't guess it exactly. I feel like they kind of did that with Silas and the Vampire Myth. You know, they gave us that secret time where she's like, huh, yeah, you're a bit pale like a vampire. Ha ha ha. We all have a nice little joke about it. Starring references, we all laugh and giggle and think, ah, yeah, but we're not going to get a vampire myth. Like, that would be too on the nose. Despite the little mirror clue, for your birthday, you'd get the mirror last year without a reflection in it. So, I don't know. They could be like trying to throw us off. We'll see. It's just an ordinary office work in the end. He gets a happy ending where he doesn't blow up. You're good. You had a productive morning. Also, the discussion on the Discord has been interesting. Please do not go scuba diving in Chernobyl. I didn't even know that was a thing people could do, but I can heavily advise against that. Going scuba diving anywhere there's been some kind of nuclear disaster. Probably not a good idea. Used to think the potential Sixley would be like a wanderer boyfriend of sorts, but Caleb is throwing you off. I feel like if they ever do a 6, he's probably going to have some strong connections to Eva. Maybe be a little less morally grey, because we've already got 2 morally... arguably 2 to 3 morally grey characters, if you sort of count Raphael as well. His Ardent Oath is... It's going to have attack damage fails, and his Ardent Oath is maxing Microsoft Excel. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be expecting that. Oh, yeah, it's going to surprise me if they don't go the Adam and Eve route. But yeah, I'm thinking it's not going to be... It's gonna be less biblical, more mythical, more sci-fi, more cosmic twins. Is my guess. Like two interstellar beings created by the same Big Bang. But maybe flip the roles. Where he's more Eve than Adam. You can do some crazy stuff in Excel. Also, the big question, because XO2 is so strong, is the third myth going to suffer because of that? Is it going to have a nerfy nerf? Like we sort of saw with KOD. You know, is it gonna be strong but perhaps not stronger than XO2? I think that's definitely been a bit of anxiety going around right now. Where people are trying to figure out, like, should I pull for this, R3 this, or should I get the next one? I did end up R1ing this one. Last year I got R0. This year I R1'd it. Because I am using it a fair amount. But yeah, because I had terrible luck with the myths. So I think in terms for ranking above R1, I'm really just gonna save those pulls for Silas. Because if it takes like 600 pulls per myth, it's not gonna happen. I don't have the funds for that. So for Raph and Caleb, I think I'm gonna stick to R1. Because with our R2 is usually not a power creep. It's just like you get an extra outfit and a little bit of an ability, but it's not like a. So like for battles, it's like you want to R1 or R3 usually for most of them. Myths tend to weaken over time. It's more that the newer content. I do think balancing is a bit of an issue in this game. I don't think they've quite grasped how to balance things appropriately yet. Caleb's gravity orbits are interesting because they're significantly harder than the other orbits, I feel. And their power creep is very up and down. So it's more what ends up happening is they bring out new content and it's catered towards the newer cards and newer myths more so than the previous ones, which I think what I would prefer is some sort of battle system where you're still encouraged to use those older cards, but for specific situations. Like maybe this one needs crowd control more than singular attack damage, so I'm gonna use XO2 over the Colonel. But maybe in this other situation, the Colonel is better than XO2. But right now, it's really just, you can just kind of brute force with the newer companions, so it doesn't really become a factor, I feel, if you have the new ones. And that, you've already got them to like R1, R3. In terms of ranking for fluctuant orbits, XO2 is pretty high up there. That's what makes me worry about where the new one's gonna fall. Today is just YouTube exclusive stream, so when it's new content, I will stream Twitch and YouTube for this game, but when we're doing like a rerun, usually I'll just stream on YouTube. We'll have an exclusive day. The main reason for pulling for the third myth purely are the aesthetics, because I'm not much of a battle girl, but everyone's gonna have, it wouldn't be fair if you didn't have long hair at this point, would it? Because everyone else got it. So highly looking forward to seeing what they have for Caleb. Now, if the rumors are true about the next banner, we might get long hair Caleb before the myth. So we'll see what happens. So, because that's Valentine's definitely happening before that. But I would, if you are saving for Caleb's third myth, I would suggest to anticipate March, because likely what's going to happen is I think it's going to be like Silas, where you get like a month between. Probably, because they're going to want to fit in a lot of reruns this year, it's looking like. So I would, worst case scenario, make sure you got enough savings within a month. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Sakura. Yeah, yeah. So kind of dropping similar time to what it did last year. Kind of like what happened with Silas's. Yeah, it pretty much dropped almost the same time Dragon did, right? So, yeah. Repair. I can't remember it. It's been too long ago since I played Fable. I don't think they removed blood from it, though. Hello, welcome. You want some fluffy long hair because he has a puppy dog sweet face. I'm hoping that whatever hair he gets, it doesn't have accessories in it. Or if there are accessories, you can separate them. One thing I didn't like about Raphael and Zane's myth hair was that the accessories we couldn't take out. So they look a little off with the modern outfits. Whereas with Silas and Xavier's myth hair, they blend a lot better. So yeah, I just, if we have hair accessories, please separate them so we can just use the hair from time to time without that. For Caleb or for Valentine's? For Valentine's, if we're going on last year, probably Freaky. If it's gonna be anything like Catch-22, you know? Last year, I heard people were expecting Sweet, and they got that. So, I don't know. Maybe they're gonna flip the table. Maybe because we're expecting Catch-22 2.0, we're gonna get something sweet. Just pull the rug from under us there. But, you know, Valentine's would make sense for a bit of a spicier banner, I think. But for Caleb's myth, I'm definitely anticipating that. His cards have been freaky lately. Like, the last couple, his have been the freakiest. Like, lines I've been embarrassed to say out loud freaky at times. When we're reading through them. Like, the smuttiest. So, I honestly, I think his myth's probably going to be spicy, yeah. I'd be surprised if it's not. Ever since his birthday card, it really ramped up. Just like a wholesome little date card. So yeah, I think it's going to be one end of the spectrum or the other for Valentine's. It's going to be super sweet little sort of datey card, or spicy game that has just insane trailers that make everybody think the game is that, like, just that stuff. One or the other. You want like a Rendezvous Part 2? Was that Anniversary Rendezvous last year? But yeah, we've already had one AU with Fronaveros. To try and throw us off, Caleb is a celibate monk in the next myth. No one was expecting that. They'll be like, ha, we got you. Right now, it's mostly the secret times that are not streamable. Called secret times for a reason. Well, it's the cards, like, there's some suggestions, but we've not had anything, like, too crazy. Hello, welcome. And he's gonna be bald. There's probably a market for that. I'm sure. I'm sure there are Caleb mains who'll be like, Balder with hair, that's still our guy, you know? Hello, welcome. You think since Caleb and Zane mirror each other, you're gonna get Spice for his? Because with Xavier, who was fighting to protect. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, because they do those pairs do tend to mirror each other. So is it gonna be spicier than Zane's? His last card did cause a bit of a stir on Zhao Hongshu, didn't it? With the apron. Caleb the Last Airbender. Oh, you just have that gravity skill. You heard they might do an Aztec theme for his. Yeah, so I'd be surprised if we don't get at least some aesthetic related to the leopard or some metaphorical links there. Yeah, my biggest surprise is going to be if it has nothing to do with the 4-star card we got for anniversary. I do think that's probably going to hold some clues. Welcome. It's only Monday. Too early in the morning for this. So we will have another. Well, we can't listen to the 4-star card. It's definitely too much for stream. But we will look at it today and try and decipher a couple of the third myth clues after we've finished the XO2 one. What am I doing here? This is my channel. I stream here. What are you doing here? I wonder since MC needed Zane's power ritual, I wonder if Caleb's gonna need. Wait, her zeros? There's definitely going to be some forbidden fruit imagery in the next one. I'd be very surprised if there isn't. Yeah, right, yeah. So they're like, the secret times are like, it's like audio ASMR. The anniversary cards were, how to describe the anniversary cards that we got this year, fellow lads players, to someone who hasn't heard them. Your mom's AI. Nice, Bob. I gotta be careful with this, because I made someone cry the other day when I countered their mom joke. Okay, yeah, you kind of, yeah. I was gonna dance around that, Mono, but yeah, I would say that's, yeah. The anniversary ones, yeah. That's how I explained it to my friend as well. I said, look, I know you listen to Blood Night Blaze in the garden without headphones last year, but you really want to put your headphones in for this one, okay? She's just out in the garden, summer day, blasting Blood Night Blaze. The 4 stars, Sakura, the 4 stars. Not the space opera. I mean, the space opera ones were also like a little. Don't watch anime? Not really. You're fearful for next year. They're definitely going to kick it up. I think they're testing the waters. They're seeing like what can get past the sensors, maybe. I'm guessing with audio, there's less problems. Because we know, like, with Raphael, one of Raphael's cards, there was a scene where he took off a belt and they had to change it to a bracelet. But apparently Catch-22 was fine. You know, Sailor Moon magic Mike transformations, that's fine. So the way that works and what can get through and what doesn't does confuse me sometimes. I did not. I think that's an American product. But I did see it going around, yeah. PG related description. Yeah. To describe Silas Caleb's and Raphael's. I haven't heard the other two. Window. Colonel roleplay. Blindfold. They did have. Wait, they had to. Okay, so the Magic Mike outfits were fine, but they had to censor the injection. That's interesting. You do. I don't know how it works, Sakura, yeah. Love to be a fly on the wall, though. Hey, Falcon, how are you? I hope you're well. How's it going? I hope you're good. Oh, we're definitely gonna because I missed Catch-22. When that rerun comes, we're watching those cards. But basically, Slash, it's like rabies makes them have there's this like disease thing going around. It's a bit like people call it the rabies card. It makes them have this like Sailor Moon Magic Mike transformation when they turn into predators. It's really the simplest way I can describe the AU. Hello, welcome. What kind of accent is this? A mixed accent. You're thinking Affinity, but Lance version. Yeah, zombie apocalypse, BDSM coded. It's wild. I heard when they went to Gamescom, they had the trailer on like the Jumbo screen, but with sound, and people in the queue were like, we're like getting secondhand embarrassment from it. So just had like the Kindle Jumbotron loud moaning noises. Maybe it was like a feral kitty. Want to be dangerous, dude. My favorite part about the Silas Catch-22 card was when she injected him with the expired serum and he just knocked out and she was like, oh no. Anyway. You wish you were there to see everyone's reaction. It's definitely a favorite of theirs to advertise with, so it really makes you wonder what we're going to get for this Valentine's. Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, it was a great AU. It's just the Magic Mike transformation's quite funny. But as an AU concept, it was interesting. Oh, was that? Yeah. So I'm sad I missed that one. Hello, welcome. Caleb and Xavier is your favorite. I heard Caleb's was good. Oh, Bob. That's no. Remember when someone said hi, that is them activating a prompt via the YouTube short section. It's not spam. So we don't want to hide people who just said hi, because that's just it says, do you want to say hi to the streamer, remember? And then they say okay, and it posts that. Witcher 4, looking forward to it. Enjoyed Witcher 3. Happy to play Ciri. Since Silas had a whip at the house in the IRL event, you're starting to wonder what's coming. Oh, right, yeah, because the one in No Defense Zone was not like that, was it? It's more of a paddle. Warden Zane was something you didn't know you needed. I think it's a very interesting concept for Zane, especially because he has so much restraint. Oh, weird. I think I undid it anyway. You made sure to get the long hair, Caleb, so you could put... That's another reason why I'm, like, waiting for the rerun. I want the hairstyles. Stop breathing? No. I will continue to breathe air, thank you very much. I like long hair in general. Caleb has the shortest, so you had to get it for him so you can like him properly. You wanted the natural to be a little longer. Not getting political today. We are just here to have fun and play some video games. Raph and Silas and the Mullets were really good. Oh, I think it's probably not going to be until like the end of the year until we get a rerun for that, honestly. Hello. Goodbye. Right, let's get to we're going to get to the card, so the YouTube short section calms the fuck down this morning. Guess, it needs a timeout. Really? Caleb's fifth for you. Oh my goodness. I've almost got everyone to 100 now. Slowly but surely getting there. Okay, so how did the polls go last year? Because we're not pulling today.
After waking up.
The polls last year, I think I was on exactly 150, and I realized I'd use the box. These days, I do not use the box like that. What I do is I wait until I've gotten everything I'm gonna get, and then I use the box at the end. So for example, if I'm gonna R3 a card, I'm gonna leave that box until I've got it to rank 2. So I can just use it for rank 3. But this was like the first, so this kind of marks this banner almost a year since I started playing. Because this was the first banner I ever did. So I had no idea what was going on, what I was doing, just pressed things, got a card, ooh, shiny. And then realized, oh, you need 2, or you can't get the companion. So I think I just pulled until I got the box. But I did manage to get R1. It took about like 70 pulls to get 2 more cards, so it wasn't too bad. But I did leave it there, because Silas's myth took like 600 pulls, so, you know, and with Valentine's coming up and Caleb's third myth, we don't got the resources left for that, so R1 it is. R1 it's gonna stay at. Raph blocked Caleb today, oh no. I heard quite a few people were losing their 50-50. I got really lucky. You actually still have Silas's myth box. Oh. You're gonna save it for the rerun, which is going to be about a whole year. Yeah. But hey, it might pay off when it comes to that, you know, to pulling a little more. So, yeah, it was the first one. The look was so-so. But, yeah, he is R1 now. So, yeah, you want to R1 or R3 XO2. R2, really only if you want the outfit. It's not going to have much of a power creep. But it is one of the most, the strongest companions in the game. And the last fluctuant orbit is purple and yellow. So, something to consider. Do I like the long hair for MC? Oh, the short hair. Not my favorite. No, not my favorite. It's cute. I think it fits the aesthetic of the myth. But I don't really use it much outside of, like, when they're fighting combat, really, to be fair. I also, on the anniversary, recently finally got Colonel Caleb after, like, a year. So I've still got to make my way through that, too. But yeah, so we are... I think it's in the future. They are both test subjects, kind of like they were in Ever, in the main storyline. But it's worse. And... you're in for... yeah, as always with the myths, there's going to be a lot of depression towards the end of it. You know, that last Kindle. Always heartbreaking. It's going to be no different. Now, in this myth, they do sort of go out together, which makes me wonder who's going to die in the next one. So I think in myth 3, it's got to be her or him. I don't think they'll go out together again. I don't know which one's going to be worse, to be fair, though. Because they're both so codependent too, right? It's the, no, it's the YouTube Shorts section, Monteo. So basically right now, if you do not stream the duo stream sort of standardly plus in the YouTube Shorts section, they just don't push your video out. Because it's some new beta feature they're trying and they care more about short streams right now than standard streams. But unfortunately, it just comes with just a lot. I think it's got something to do with probably the age range of people who tend to scroll shorts is probably lower than the people who watch streams sort of standardly like how you would on Twitch. I think there's probably a bit of an age gap along with a bit of a attention span deficiency. So you just get a lot more nonsense, but we're getting quick at nuking it all now. You think it might be MC? Ooh, so you like low-key want to see him cry? You think MC's gonna die because in Zane she did. Oh, that was rough. Watching, that's right, Zane's and Raphael's. Yeah, and it was rough watching both of them loser, wasn't it? Though I guess in Xavier's it was together. Oh, in Silas's it was together again with the parallel. So yeah, maybe with Zane because he tends to parallel Caleb a bit. We're gonna, yeah, I think it might be more likely it's her then. We go on the parallels theory. You never cried at a myth, but damn, it hit hard. Dragon got me the first time I watched it. I went into it, I was not prepared. Because the standard myths are not really that depressing. More hopeful, current timeline. And I just, yeah, I had no idea it was going to be like that. Just hit me like a truck. It was rough. And then this one, you know, obviously it took a year for me to level it up properly, so I didn't get to see the ending for a while. But we're going to watch it all the way through uninterrupted finally today, so it's going to feel like the first time watching it, because I can barely remember some of the parts that I saw. I just kind of remember the Kindle, and that's about it. Are we ready, chat? Also, keep your eyes peeled for those third myth hints. See if we can get anything close to... see, we'll do like a bit of a bingo for it. See what we get right. When the time comes. You can picture him crying, but you don't know if you can handle Silas crying because he's so unserious. I feel like he's more... Honestly, perhaps Caleb too. I feel like both him and Silas, they're more like the type of characters who... I think they just burn the world down, you know? They would just... They would... Maybe a single tear and then the anger would just hit. And just, you know, bad news for anyone in the vicinity. But they both give you that kind of impression, yeah, that they just destroy a world. I love, on slightly unrelated note, but I do love this this Caleb's theme tune in the background. It's so pretty. It reminds me of like early, like 2010s K-dramas. I mean, so far I've enjoyed all the myths. I don't think there's been a single one I've sort of hated, really. They've all been pretty solid. Story-wise this year, yeah. Maybe I haven't focused on the eyes enough, but you never see the tears fall outside a specific scene with Raphael where it was very purposeful. I don't think we've seen many of them, like, cry, yeah. His power did consume a planet before. So yeah, maybe the fourth myth, it's... We're gonna actually see Doomsday. Yeah. Alright, are we ready? Buckle up, get your popcorn, make sure you got a drink. Tissues on standby. We're diving in. Alright. Back in the day when we needed shards, eh? So glad we don't need those anymore. Decadence and Kid Zone were your fave. I'm looking forward to watching the Colonel myth all the way through now that I've finally got it. I can't believe it took... that second card would just not drop for me. I had to use the box from the anniversary to get him. Stubborn. Here we go. Oof. I've heard they're great games, Bob. I heard good things about them. Right, we ready? Immortality once brought lasting prosperity to Philos. So, I heard Philos is more of a galaxy than a planet, right? And that's why we have so many myths that kind of take place in that, but it's not necessarily on the same planet. It's more like in the same sort of galaxy vicinity. Is that correct? Please correct me if I'm wrong. And yet, even it couldn't prevent the stagnation born from unchecked desires. When time ceased to be a limitation, the Philos civilization was unable to escape its inevitable decay. I've heard people say both, so I'm like a little confused myself, which is why I wanted to double check it with chat. I've heard some people say it's like a galaxy, and some people say it's a single planet, or that it's a galaxy and a planet, like a planet within a galaxy, but they have the same name. So, yeah, if anyone knows... You're watching this after stream, you got the receipts for that, let me know. With the exception of the capital and its surrounding regions, which still clung to the luxurious lifestyles, most of the land had fallen into ruin. Remnants of advanced technology lay scattered across the planet, but a majority no longer worked, or they were simply forgotten. Philosians longed for their former glory, but they had to accept the bitter reality of societal and technological decline. So we got a dying planet and civilization here. Because when I first started the game, I was under the impression it was a planet, but I've seen people say otherwise, and then it just got very confusing after that. Exploding is the main movement plot device here, yeah. I mean, I suppose if a planet called Philos explodes and then turns into multiple planets in a galaxy, then it becomes a galaxy. It's interesting that MC is Adam while Caleb is Eve. They even mentioned not in the throne of Eros, but yes, yeah, the rib thing. Yeah, he kind of joked about it, didn't he? Yeah. I do think if they do go Adam and Eve route for the third myth, it is gonna be subverted like that, because he's the one tasting the forbidden fruit, which is not an apple, not even in the Bible. And yeah, it's gonna be more himmy because she's the first and he's from her, so yeah, I think it's definitely going to be like a subverted Adam and Eve theme if they go that way. Yeah, so the thing about this game is there's lots of puzzles pieces that you have to sort of stick together to get the full picture often. You're not too much into the Adam or Eve religion trope, but however they tell it. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be more... I'd be surprised if it's not a sci-fi route, so I'm heavily anticipating more galaxy twins. Stardust... What do we call them? Stardust bunnies last time. Yeah, a more... So, I don't know, for some reason I'm thinking Adam and Eve theme, but make it wasteland sci-fi. For some reason, he's wearing leopard prints like he's George of the Jungle. This means friend in Greek. We're playing Love and Deepspace today. The ruling elite in the Central District maintain their authority via strict surveillance, but beyond the illusion of grandeur lay something far worse the more you travelled across the planet. Okay, so in this, the planet here. The more you saw an empire in decline and the signs of an unavoidable demise. So, I think perhaps where the confusion with Philos comes from is that it's mentioned in various myths, but it's very different in each of the myths. Like, this doesn't sound like the same Philos that Xavier is from. Because that got destroyed. Or the one that Silas is in. But because the game's very spacey-wacy, timey-wimey, it could be the same planet in different times and universes, for all I know. You wonder if the reason MC has the standard default brown hair, because they're actually from the same source and heavily versus coded Adam and Eve coded. I mean, it could be. It's also just a common hair color as well. But I feel like it could be intentional with those two, yeah? Hello, welcome. Strife raged tirelessly across the land, and the regime could only cling to life by relying on devastating weapons. Among the rebel leaders, a piece of intel circulated between them. The secret weapon that had crushed countless uprisings was a modified combat android designated as A01. Which I believe is... Buzz, right? From the fall of the Philosian civilization. Preface. It's more android than cyborgs, then.
We have lost control of X-02, requesting emergency response protocols to be activated immediately.
Let me know how the sound is as well, if we're good.
There you are.
Oh. Hey, Gilby.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I know. Even in a different life, still test subjects.
I'll wake you up. We're going to get out of here.
Oh, it's baby Caleb. Real-time data of my vital signals, signs flicker across the transparent glass of the experimental pod. A boy who's approximately my age and wearing a powered exoskeleton just like me touches my cheek against the barrier.
We finally meet, A01. I'm X02.
She's got no idea.
There's been a security breach, and the laboratory's control system was hacked. We can only run away while they're trying to fix it.
The stranger opens the experimental pod and extends a hand towards me.
Let's run away, A01.
Sounds good. It's interesting they always want you... Her two for the 4-star code out. Wait, what? Sorry? They're gonna run away together. I am AO1, a secret weapon created by the government. My body was modified and encased in a powered exoskeleton. My consciousness can be controlled as needed. People fear me, avoid me, and alter my configuration. So not only trapped in a pod, but also trapped in an exoskeleton too. So why would someone reach out to me? Without thinking, I take his hand, pull out the tubes connected to my body, and step out of the experimental pod. The boy leads me through a labyrinth of corridors, and we dodge patrol robots at every turn. We break through several disabled barriers. I leave the lab fully conscious for the first time. Orphan Laboratory is entirely underground. The boy leads me through a hidden passageway and remains silent. Maybe it's to avoid being detected. Only the sound of our footsteps fills the dark, empty tunnels. At the end of the passageway lies a vast expanse of wild grass. So, this laboratory kind of has to be in the middle of nowhere, too. Oh, so the reason they do that, is one, it's easier to just have, because the way the 4-star artwork is done, it's obviously a bit more edited. So it's just like, it's not changeable, if that makes sense. But it's mostly just so they can have just like a default look for advertisements that represents her from the back. But I do think there could be something in the theory with the hair colors, for sure. The sky floats between night and day. In the gloomy darkness, the wasteland stretches endlessly before us. There's no telling how long it will take to transverse.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect the tunnel to lead us here.
The temperature outside is significantly warmer than the labs. My body registers the heat.
Is it too hot for you? It's currently summer.
To be fair, yeah, I feel like an exoskeleton would be a bit sweaty, wouldn't it?
The laboratory always felt the same, but it's different outside. The sweltering heat, the sweat, and the thriving trees. This is the summer I know.
The long grass grazes my cars as a warm night breeze sweeps across the field. The vivid sensation is foreign to me. We keep moving. Despite knowing we could be caught at any moment, I feel strangely at ease.
Everything outside the laboratory is new. I'll take you to any place you want to visit.
Aww. Hopefully he has a Baltimore in cooling system, like a fan for his motor, right? Like, the least they could do is give them some air conditioning. It's hot and it's night. No thanks. It's a no from Sakura there. Oh, absolutely, Shelby. Yeah. It's, yeah, Fronaveros went very, very there. Fronaveros did not shy away from that. But I do think in the main, sort of universe, it's gonna be more cosmic twins, Stardust bunnies, is my guess.
I guess you've only ever been sent to battlefields. You must hate areas like that.
The only time we get to go outside. Ugh. Walking beside me, the boy seems lost in thought.
I've been sent to one of those battlefields too. It was a desert, and the war lasted a month.
So this company are weaponizing children.
Some soldiers would search for fresh fruit during their breaks. There's this fruit that comes from a tree called Silver Glow, and it glows with a silvery white light. Even its seed shines.
His fingers encased in the powered exoskeleton gently rest on my palm while he speaks. The cold black metal traces my palm and leaves behind a seed that emanates a soft, silvery white glow. Yes, you can tell, like, they don't let her out much. Two, yes, absolutely, just socially, behind. Even Caleb, it seems, at this point. She doesn't speak much. When she does, it's almost... It is somewhat robotic, isn't it? She's sort of their prized weapon. So, and they treat her as such. Oh, that's right, yeah, Western Gemini, too. So there's been a lot of foreshadowing since the start that it's heading that direction, yeah. Yeah, he's got a little teenage model. Yeah, Hiking loved the Front of Heroes taboo story. It did take me a little bit by surprise. I think mostly because we had the English translation. It sounded less weird in Korean. But yeah, I think it was the baby sister line that kept throwing me off. It just sounded way less awkward in Korean. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like the nuance is just completely different in both of them, and I feel like the English didn't quite get the nuance, the cultural translations through the same way. So it was just kind of like, oh, stop saying it. After like the third time, I was like, oh no. So we'll see what happens with the third myth. Yeah. But they were messy. They were a little Kathy and Heathcliff in front of Eros, weren't they? Yeah, they were messy. They were making it everyone's problem. I think it's going to be less surprising if it happens in the myth. Yeah. I think that was where the translation fell short, because it was a bit too literal, a bit too on the nose, whereas the at least Korean and Chinese translations, there was a little more nuance to it, a little more cultural backstory to the phrases that were being used, and that just, I don't know, they are kind of hard to translate too, though, and I think maybe that's why they shied away from it in the past. So yeah, that was the main issue with it, I felt, in the English translation at least, because like I said, in Korean, I didn't really make me go like, huh, or like, it flowed much better. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like it made more contextual sense. Yeah. He's the one thing that she can't control and claims her own, so I only wonder if that's going to be a big theme in his third myth. Maybe. Yes, exactly. It had more ambiguity, so you could kind of take it in different ways, depending on whatever was comfortable for you. But it still had an undertone to it, yeah. Whereas in the English version, it was making it sound like they had the same parents, but the parents are never mentioned. I got the impression they were also adopted in that universe too, along with some other kids, it seemed. Because yeah, there was never any mention of parents. And the slightly brief mentioning of the rib thing in the storyline, though he kind of said it as a half joke. The event story, yeah. But it is translations like that can be difficult, and I feel like Chinese can be a difficult language for them to cross over and translate into English fully without losing some of that nuance. Because you can have a small phrase that just has so much meaning in it that can be culturally specific at times. I think we said lover, and it somehow ended up being worse than if you said brother, which was funny. But also that stream, my eyes were flaring up because I was having a bad reaction to my contact lenses that I did not know about until I went to take a break and saw my eyes were blood red. So that whole card, I'm like physically, my eyes are just like ugh, physically not able to like fully read well and look like I'm sweating a bit. It was because my eyes flared up and less from the shock of the card itself.
I kept one as a keepsake.
Aww. I pick up the tiny seed and observe its soft light flicker through its patterns. It did send us into a bit of a loop, yeah, as well. Oh, it was kind of fun though. You know, but yeah, so I'm hoping with the third myth, they're gonna... The translations are gonna hopefully be a little bit better. Yeah, yeah. Taste? Surprise, he lowers his head to look at me.
Do you want to know how it tastes?
I nod, and the corner of his lips immediately curl into a smile.
If you want to try it, we'll find those silver glow fruits.
For a second then I was wondering if she's just gonna, like, eat the seeds.
Now you have a place you want to visit.
I pause and turn to look at him, but his holographic visor hides his expression. Why do you want me to have a place I want to visit?
Because then I'll have somewhere I want to go too.
You're so cute. I don't understand.
It's because I'm your friend.
His voice is clear and certain.
My job is to take you to the places you want to visit.
Even in the present day, it's like that as well with them, isn't it? You're taking it so unserious because it's not like it's going to change your liability. I feel like, I mean, it's always been written like that anyway. They've always had that Adam and Eve cosmic twins theme since the very beginning. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's an easy, you know, it's like I said, it's definitely tricky to translate, especially when you're working with such a sci-fi scenario as well, where things are in a realm of fantasy to begin with. Yeah. As if reflecting the brightness in his voice, a golden ray of sunlight ignites the pale-coloured horizon. A tender golden-red glow spreads from the edge of the sky and becomes more vibrant with each passing moment. Sunlight pierces the morning mist and illuminates the dewdrops on the grass. A dawn unlike what I've seen before arrives. I can't help but stop and look up at the sky. Summer. Daybreak. So... we also get this kind of implication here that the only time she's really seen the daylight is when she's being sent out to fight.
Is this the first time you've seen it?
I don't remember. They erased my memories once I returned to the lab. So if she did, she wouldn't know. My gaze returns to his face.
Once we're out of this wasteland, it'll be more difficult for them to find us.
In the main story, you know, whenever she dies, regenerates, it's kind of like Doctor Who, except she loses the memory each time. She doesn't go forward with the prior knowledge. It's locked and hidden away somewhere. And in this myth, they're just straight up erasing it, suggesting she has more of a capability to remember. They just don't want her to.
And the system can only erase memories it knows about. What we see now is ours alone. A secret between us.
Oh. He wanted to make sure she remembers him if something goes wrong here. After thinking for a moment, I point at him. Calming, encouraging, bright. Caleb. He just wants to be the provider helper so bad. If he doesn't feel needed, he spirals. Oh yeah, like in the main story, after she meets him as the sort of the colonel, he does have a bit of a... He has a bit of a moment, doesn't he? Where she says she doesn't need him, he's like... What do you mean? What do you mean? And he just doesn't know how to really respond to that. She does. She gets a factory reset, sadly, doesn't she, in the main story? Yeah. It's maybe the saddest part of the myth, low-key, because they're just so pure and kind, and then it gets ripped away from them constantly, yeah. Any sense of happiness, normalcy, at the stage they are now, just like the ability to be normal kids growing up. Yeah. Secret. Seems to immediately understand what I'm saying.
Is that a code? It sounds like a name.
XO2. Caleb. He leans down and gently pats my head with his armored hand. I love
Can I
that she
use it
names
as my
him
name?
too. Caleb. His voice is lively and gentle.
Of course. I won't let you forget.
Even if he said I didn't like it, she'd still keep calling him that, I think.
From now on, we can experience this together every
She's already
year.
decided.
And Caleb will be someone you see every day.
This was one of the parts though that made me think, are we actually in the future or the past at this moment? With the way, like, for example, Xavier's society worked, which was technically in the past, you could really place it in either, I feel. What do you think, chat? Is this past or future? Because she names him, it does make me lean a bit more towards potentially like a past where we're in a world that's just a little bit more technologically advanced than the present. After becoming lost. If Caleb's mistake place in the past, you're gonna joke about comparing him to the past and future paradox Pokemon. But it also could just be there's some memory of the present day. And that's why she's calling him Caleb. There's also that too. I think given the decrepit state of Philos, it would be after Shooting Star, so before KOD. So you're thinking past then. MC naming Silas just like she nicknames her pest at this point. Yeah. Yeah. So at least two of them, she sort of gave them their names that we see them using now. Extends his pinky finger towards me, perplexed. I look at him.
Hold out your finger, like this.
We're gonna do a pinky Casper promise. I hesitate for a moment, and then I raise my hand and extend my pinky. Our armored pinky fingers hook together.
Now we've made a promise. We'll stay together every day and never be apart.
Aww.
Test subjects have been
Jinxed it.
located. Activating capture protocols. Use any means necessary.
The promise barely began before it was broken in the cruelest way possible. Hey, Ran, how you doing? I hope you're well. I can hardly recall how I was captured. I know, couldn't even give him, like, a day. My mind is a blur of laser fire and soldiers collapsing under my floating blades. The place where I'd first tasted freedom turned into that familiar battlefield in an instant. The boy protects me from a lethal laser blast. He falls in front of me.
Get out of here. Run.
I stab my floating blades into the soldier and ignore the wounds I continue to get. My vision blurred through haze. I see his body dragged away by robots. It's over already. They've got him. Oh. A dull thud resounds as a laser pierces my powered exoskeleton. I fall onto the blood-soaked grass and the sky turns into a blinding blood red. I think the moment she saw him get carried away, like, that was it. She'd given up. I think it's just something sort of there in the back of their mind still, you know, like the song, the name, some very specific keyboard emotional moments stick within that recollection, but they can't quite remember why they recollect them. What if they found 2 random kids to do this on, or if they found them as super special beings? Oh yeah, I can't remember if it's ever mentioned, like, where they found them. Yeah. Amid the sea of blood, a faint silver light flickers before my eye. You never know, though. The next myth could somehow go into that. Yeah. The silver glow fruit. I don't know when the glimmering seed fell, but now it rests beside my right hand. With the last of my strength, I struggle to wrap my fingers around it. This is the last image I remember before losing
2
consciousness.
test subjects have been apprehended, commencing full examination followed by solitary confinement.
But this company are very... They've got a lot of ever parallels for what they do to the 2 of them, don't they?
Commencing comprehensive examination of the test subject.
We were talking about the apples are silver too. Futuristic sci-fi apples, maybe? It could be that they're... this planet is dying, right? So perhaps they're... sort of genetically engineered. You think Caleb originally came from a family where he was the big brother? When he was kidnapped or used in the lab, MC and him bonded, and MC became a replacement for the sister. Ah, before, like, the other cards came in. I think, based on everything we've seen this year, it's looking more like they made him from something of her, isn't it? Like, or put something of her into him. But yeah, you never know. You know, we've only seen just under a year of his well, just a year of his cards, right? So they could really go anywhere with this. The loathsome familiar voice invades my ears, but my mind remains foggy.
A01. Energy signature. Destructio. Preliminary assessment complete. Bodily impairment at 91%. Comprehensive modification and repairs required. Initiating the memory extraction protocol is recommended.
Oof. They're gonna steal the memories, but they can't take the memories they don't know about, remember? So, Caleb will be our little secret. Oh! Did they? Okay, so in Nier Automata as well, the android's memories are always being reset too. There is some, like hair-wise, a couple of visual similarities too, yeah. So... yeah, could be. Could be a little inspiration there, maybe. Yeah.
X02. Energy signature. Construo. Preliminary assessment complete.
Oh,
Bodily
yeah, he got
at 78%.
He got more hurt than we did.
Prioritizing the extraction of its energy for A01's repairs is recommended.
Wow, so they're just, yeah. Pulling energy from Caleb to repair us.
Activating memory extraction protocol for A01. Keywords are as follows. X02. Friend.
My subconscious is plunged into chaos as a boy's face keeps appearing in my mind. From what I remember, I think he gets more free roam than she does. She's always cooped up in this, like, glass cage. And I think he kind of sees her in passing. She has some recollections of a boy, but because they keep messing with her memory, it's difficult for her to really grasp onto details. But maybe that'll be more specifically answered for you as we go through it again. It's been a while since I've seen this part. The scent of wild grass in the summer and how plants touch my skin, the silver fruit seed, the sunrise. Free roam like a Minecraft character. Yeah, he's free range. She's unfortunately not, sadly. She's like she's the prize goose, you know? They want to keep her secret and safe, and it seems like they only really take her out for combat. So it's maybe even worse than when she was at Ever. Our hooked pinkies and the promise we made. A daybreak unlike any other, one that will never fade from my memory. XO2. Caleb, so remember summer, grass, seeds. Caleb.
Memory extraction complete. We will now proceed to modify and repair A01.
Summer is a big theme for them, yeah. And I think it's also because when, you know, he becomes a pilot and all that, summer would be when they would, get together again. You know, school's out. They get to be reunited in the present day. I used that one day to remember someone who didn't have a name. Oh, excuse me. My memories are once again consumed by the lab and battlefields. My body undergoes more modification. Stricter control mechanisms are imposed on my body and mind. I'm sent out to fight. I kill, get wounded, black out, wake up fully repaired. And I'm sent again to fight. I kill, get wounded, black out, and wake up fully repaired. I'm sent out to fight. I kill, get wounded, black out, and wake up fully repaired. And then I'm sent out to kill. To fight, I kill. The only memories they're letting her keep. I never get another chance to escape the lab. But deep within my consciousness, I repeat that one name over and over again. Caleb. And this is why they've been so strict with the memories, I think. They know just one little grasp of hope is all it takes to break her free from her cage one day. Ugh. Experiment ID AX42B. Philos calendar year. Yeah, ironic, the date is also obscured, but it does have 5 numbers, so it could... Could be the future. Recorded by Orphan 717798. Objectives. Determine the nature and interrelation of A01 and XO2's powers. Observe their behaviors and responses under various environments and stimuli. Assess the planetary impact of their powers. I think when they have escaped, it's not been a coincidence, and it's been something they've allowed. As usual, I'm confined to the experimental pod. My mind is hazy, but I can still see and hear. If I remember correctly, it is explained. Yeah. I just returned from the battlefield. Fragments of violent images still flash between my thoughts. I try to find my one solace amid my chaotic memories. Whenever I think of the name Caleb, I get moments of respite in this endless loop. However, the memories tied to that name are shrouded in fog. Here we go again. The silence in the laboratory shattered. Violent tremors bring the seemingly sturdy walls crashing down. The transparent wall of my chamber breaks, and the dust countless fragments reflect a single figure. All grown up now. A tall figure wearing a powered exoskeleton approaches. A mix of familiarity and strangeness grips me upon seeing that black armor. So once again, he's on the outside, helping her escape. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Matrix when you think about it. You know, they give humans that false sense of freedom to keep them encased. And I think the laboratory kind of does the same thing with Caleb and MC, you know? Like, oh, you know, let's see what happens if they escape, how they escape. How they interact with each other when they do, how difficult they are to find. So one day, whenever they do manage it on their own, You know, we got all the data. We know what they're gonna do. Hello, abs. I remember when this came out, and it was just a lot of photos of Caleb's butt in this particular exoskeleton suit. Some people thought the glasses were a little corny, but they're very, like, sci-fi, though. He reaches out and touches my cheek against the transparent barrier of the experimental pod.
Do you recognize me, A01? I'll wake you up.
Keyless fingers touch the crystal switch at my throat. He taps a few times on the holographic panel that appears. For this myth, the C in Caleb stands for cake. You're damn right it does. That's why you got to get the damage fit to see the tushy. Oh my goodness. Oh. Gotta protect all that cake, yeah. It's as if a fog is lifted. My senses return to my body. His lips tremble as I look at the man before me. I search through my memories, but only one name surfaces. So especially considering how, it's probably been at least 5 years or more since they last saw each other. Hey, Core, how are you? I hope you're well. Welcome. Oh, that's funny, Monto. Caleb.
That's me. The rebels have attacked the central district. They're looking for you, A01. The lab's systems have been destroyed. We can use this chance to escape.
I don't know who you are. I only know your name.
I'm Caleb, your friend.
A friend?
All you need to know is that this isn't our first time escaping.
You love cake. You'll see a lot of cake when he turns around, Car. There's a strange familiarity in his voice, which stirs the fragments of my fragmented memories. I remember escaping with Caleb before. He is taken aback and then extends his hand towards me. Chat has gone to hell. All it took was some Caleb cake. Oh. Oh, we're gonna need some holy water spray when this third myth comes out. Cake lab. You're not wrong.
I promise, this will be our last escape.
Apple cake.
The test subject has escaped, requesting interception immediately.
Bloody Offenbot. Get out of here. The laboratory collapses under heavy bombardment, but the robots continue their relentless pursuit. We end up fighting our way out. Caleb leads me to the hidden underground warehouse where, to my surprise, an aircraft awaits. He has a cape on blocking it, though. Not if he's got the torn variant of his outfit. Apple cinnamon cake does sound good right now. Oh, God. He skillfully pilots it and takes it to the clouds despite the intensifying gunfire. Pilot in every life. The aircraft slices through the sky, and the massive laboratory is already out of sight. Does this mean we've escaped?
Not yet.
Warning. Multiple aircraft detected. Estimated hostile forces exceed 200 units. Immediate
That's a
action
lot.
required.
It looks like the government is more interested in capturing you than fighting the rebels.
Wow. They want me as a weapon.
They won't last long without you. But the rebels won't let you go either.
Yeah, I don't think I want to know what happens if the rebels capture us either, to be honest. Are you scared?
This is our last escape. We either succeed or die. Being captured isn't an option.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, you get rid of the enemy's weapon. Outside the windshield are swarms of aircraft piercing the thick clouds. I stand and walk towards the cabin door. They'll try to shoot us down. Protect the aircraft.
You're the one I need to protect.
Before I can react, he's already beside me.
This is our escape. I won't let you fight alone.
Caleb opens the cabin door. Dark, gloomy force spreads across from his palm and suspends our aircraft in midair. You're evil.
I'll help you.
Got that gravity evil. I nod and leap out of the cabin. Held aloft by an invisible force, I summon my floating blades. The giant black swords swiftly strike the approaching aircraft one after another. Thick smoke engulfs our vision as enemy aircraft burn and explode. They're like a firework display celebrating our escape. Endless lasers weave a net of destruction, and it's impossible to avoid. Both Caleb and I are struck. I'm used to pain. We have no other choice this time. It does seem like they get injured more when they're together. I think because they get very preoccupied with protecting the other person. Because it seems like their combat when they're separated seems to be more successful. Though she did get injured most times. The last enemy aircraft is sliced in half and it plummets to the ground. That's why I'm thinking Shelby. Caleb's gonna be... It's gonna be more like Zane's, yeah. XO2 is a lot of fun, combat-wise, to play with. Yeah. It's a strong companion, even at R0. Great crowd control. You're one of the few companions where you know, oath strength is really good. I guess it's the strongest, a really strong attack. I look down at the burning wreckage far below, and exhaustion I've never felt before hits me. The injury-induced dizziness returns. I fall backwards, yet I don't plummet from the sky. A pair of hands catches me from behind, and my body relaxes. I can trust the person holding me. There are a lot of backgrounds get reused. Yeah, I've learned not to put too much emphasis on the backgrounds because of that.
Switching to autopilot mode.
Or like too much meaning into them, because you might see some backgrounds used in Caleb's myth that like get reused in another myth, for example. So, but it's pretty common in sort of these types of games and mobile games, especially where they'll reuse those assets. I think, like, we need a planet. Boom, stick that one in. I assume it's partially because of space, storage space. Flying is OP in general too. Well, at least this time we've gotten a little further. My mind is still a blur. I groggily open my eyes to see him.
We're leaving the Central District. They shouldn't be able to catch up to us for now.
Resting on the floor of the cockpit, I watch as he kneels before me and examines my injuries.
Your mechanical body is severely damaged. I'll do my best to repair it.
He gently lifts my hand and turns my palm upward. His other hand aligns perfectly with mine.
I suspect this is your first time being repaired while conscious. You might feel some strange sensations, but that's normal.
Which makes me think that they did that a lot to him. Like, when they were siphoning his power to her, was he conscious? Did he, like, feel all of that? Is it only her they're putting to sleep when they repair? You know, like, if she's the prize goose and they treat her the way they do, it makes you wonder how they're treating what I'm assuming are other kids that they had turned into weapons. Yeah, it does have a bit of Princess Carrie, doesn't it? Oh, that's true. Oh, that's a good point, Shelby. Yeah, him and Zane, they both had eye covers, didn't they? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Again with the parallels. So, yeah, the half-naked third myth. Our connected mechanical parts seamlessly shift to form a transfer port that locks our palms together. I'm not sure if I imagined it or not, but I feel a cold energy tinged with pain flow into me. I try to pull back my hand, but Caleb gently squeezes it. Our fingers intertwine.
Just a few more seconds.
Mm-hmm. That's my best guess, that his repairs were not pain-free, and often they were using his additional power to repair her. A sharper pain crashes into me, and I feel as if every wound is set aflame. My body burns and my mind teeters on the edge of chaos. It hurts, Caleb. It hurts so much. He stiffens for a moment, then carefully moves his other arm to pat my trembling back.
It'll be okay. I was always the one to repair you when you returned from battle.
Mm-hmm. I instinctively hug him with my free arm and rest my head on his shoulder, as if the gesture could somehow ease the pain. Yeah. What's that? What's that card where she finds out what happened to his arm? I've forgotten the name of it. But yeah, even his trailer, when you see them, well, what they did to him, it does not look pleasant. Painful signal, that's it, yeah. Which was limited, wasn't it? Don't leave me.
I won't. I will never leave you again.
Oh, how many times have they escaped and been caught, escaped and been caught? The burning pain inside me gradually subsides. The energy flowing through me charges from freezing cold to warm. It's like I'm returning to a place that feels like home. Slowly close my eyes and feel an unprecedented sense of peace in my heart. Deep down, I believe that when I open my eyes again, I won't be alone anymore. She's so used to whenever she has to get repaired, being awakening to loss of memory, being alone and stuck in a pod, that I think him still being there when she opens her eyes is going to be a bit of a foreign sensation to her, isn't it? She's probably worried that if she closes her eyes, he's not going to be there later. Oh, yes, it's going to be... Oh, it might be a while until we get a rerun then. Yeah, I'm curious if in the main timeline they ever sort of wandered off or escaped from the lab, or if the time it exploded was the first time they were able to get out, yeah. They were pretty young when that explosion happened, weren't they? Caleb gently places the girl in the co-pilot seat as the desolate landscape appears outside the porthole. Even though the aircraft has left the central district, he doesn't feel relieved. His energy is fading. He could repair her damaged body before, but now he can't even restore her to her stable state despite using all his strength. Their powers are bound to the same source, so as one goes stronger, the other becomes weaker. The decline can only mean one thing. The destructio energy is getting stronger, coinciding with the escalating strife that continues to engulf this planet. And when this energy grows unchecked, the first thing it destroys is the vessel containing it. Which is not a good sign for either of us. No happy endings. Experiment ID AO1UW175. Here is blocked. Oath in 17799. Use visual and auditory stimuli to make AO1 intermittently aware of XO2's existence and observe her reactions. Analyze AO1's emotional state and energy fluctuations to assess the fundamental attraction between the two. Evaluate the stability of AO1's autonomous consciousness and behavioral patterns after becoming aware of XO2. The Orphan Research Bureau report number 8527. Yeah, destructio and creatio, yeah. I don't know how long I've slept. When I open my eyes, I find myself in a small rocky cave. A small campfire burns at the cave's entrance. A familiar figure is looking into the dancing flames. In the main story, it is implied so. But, you know, we haven't seen an extension of Caleb's branch yet, so it could change. But so far in the main story, yeah, she reincarnated with Silas somewhere together. They were put into an arena. They get separated. She ends up in the present day with where, as far as we know, Caleb shows up. But yeah, you know, like I said, we haven't seen his story update or his myth yet, so that could fill in some blanks there. But I do know when they escaped the lab, they were pretty, you know, they were pretty young. Because it's Xavier's Lumiere is described as saving, you know, very young MC at the time. I slowly step outside to see a vast desert. Caleb hears me and slowly and quickly turns around. His holographic visor is gone. I can't help but stare at him. Oh, this is the first time she's seen him without that, too, because even when he was younger, he had the visor on, didn't he?
What's wrong? Do you feel unwell?
She's just in love. I've never seen your eyes before.
Did they look weird?
I walk up to him, cup his face, and look into his eyes. I don't blink. Your eyes. They remind me of a scene.
What kind?
An image surfaces in my mind. A sky floats between night and day from many years ago. The summer sky just before the sunrise.
That's something we saw 10 years ago. How much do you remember?
Ooh, 10 years ago, okay. I shake my head. Only bits and pieces in your name. He falls silent and then pats the spot next to him.
Are you hungry? Let's eat something.
Yeah, as far as we're aware, Shelby, so we don't really know what happens between that point of leaving the arena and her getting pulled away into the present world. We just know something happened. She and Silas get split up. But what happens sort of between that, you know, we don't know for sure yet. Yeah. But we do know when she did get pulled into the current present day world, they had trouble stabilizing her. She kept, they said, decaying and being reborn, and so we don't know how long that lasted for either. You know, how many years or attempts that took before they could stabilize her properly. He gives me fruit. Its red spines were burnt off. It's not a nutrient nugget. Even the food in the lab is awful. His expression becomes one of utter disgust.
We're no longer in the lab, so we're never eating those things again.
Nutrient nugget is giving me like those roach bars from Snowpiercer vibes. No, thank you.
These are red thorn grass fruits. They're rich in protein and nutrients.
I take the warm fruit and bite into it. It's slightly charred and crispy. It's salty. He closely watches my reaction.
Do you like it?
It's not bad.
Here, try this.
Mm-hmm. Even the food was torture in that place. Probably not dino nuggets, no. I ranked him up this time. Yeah, I did get him to R1. I did pull it last year, I just wasn't streaming the game last year. So this is the first time we're streaming it together. And the first time I'm watching it just in one sitting as well. He speaks in a more cheerful tone as he gives me a berry with blue and white stripes.
It's a blue stripe berry. Perfect for quenching your thirst.
I pop it into my mouth. Cool, sweet juice encases my tongue. For a long time, my taste buds only knew the artificial flavors of nutrient nuggets. But thanks to a single berry, the world beyond the labs has revealed itself to me. It's sweet. So this is what sweetness tastes like.
You like it, right? I'll remember that for later.
He's just... When she's asleep, he's just gonna, like, harvest an entire batch full and just pop it into the ship for later. That's one. Yeah, it is an Otome game. The fact that they have taste palettes too is interesting. Probably make sure they have all 5 senses. Yeah, because they definitely have pain. For sure. So, I think... We know there's a kind of like a little bit more like sort of cyborgs, aren't they? Because they're sort of part human, well, part biological, part machine. You seem to be knowledgeable about these fruits.
I was deployed in a desert once. The environment and vegetation were a lot like this.
A sense of familiarity washes over me. I reach into my pocket and pull out the silver fruit seed I've kept hidden. What about this? Do you recognize it? Surprise flashes across Caleb's face and his eyes light up like they've caught the fire's glow.
You kept it this whole time. It's a seed from the silver glow fruit. The fruit itself looks like this.
Before I know it, a fruit emitting a soft, silvery white glow appears in his palm.
Do you want to know what it tastes like?
I nod and bite into the fruit. Sweet and sour flavors blend on my tongue, and there's also a hint of bitterness. Hi, Killy. The taste is hard to describe in one word, but I don't hate it.
At long last, I brought you to a place where silver glow fruit grows.
Seeing my confusion, he responds with a relieved smile. Did we make a promise before?
Yes. This was part of it.
Apparently not. I know when they took her, I think she was grasping it, wasn't she? Probably didn't expect him to give her something.
They must.
His voice is gentle yet firm, and the moonlight watching over the wasteland casts a soft glow on his face. Emotion wells up inside me. I want to remember the promise we once made. After we finish the fresh fruit, Caleb puts out the fire and moves the spare sleep pod from the aircraft to the cave. The inflatable sleep pod quickly takes shape and he starts to set up another one. I don't need it.
This sleep pod will help your body and mind rest properly.
It's too cramped. I don't like it. So I'm not even surprised that she has claustrophobia at this point, being cooped up in that small glass case for so long. I sit down and lean back against the wall, the rock wall near the cave's entrance. Tobias, thank you so much for gifting a membership there. I appreciate it. To Fjorwells, welcome to the family. Hope you enjoy your emotes and your new badge as well. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Welcome on in.
Are you going to sleep like that all night?
She just wants to be free. Yes.
If you don't like the sleep pod, use it as a mattress inside the cave at least. Then you can stretch out.
The cave isn't any better. Caleb looks at the dark, cramped cave and seemingly comes to a realization. He moves closer to the entrance and sits down next to me. He positions himself as if he were my shield.
Right. You know, I also don't like being alone.
It's very windy near the entrance.
That's why this spot is mine.
He's just sat there so she doesn't get cold. I turn my head and our gazes meet.
In the lab, we were actually separated by one wall.
Oh, okay, that does... Yeah, I guess maybe he was in a pod next door.
And it was a mirror in my room. I didn't realize it was one way until it got destroyed.
Ah, okay, there you go. So yeah, there was a one-way mirror, so he could see her, but she couldn't see him.
You were in the room next to mine and could always see me, right?
Oh, maybe she could see him. I nodded and I recalled that the transparent wall, it was like a stage built for an audience of one, me. The sole actor on that stage was a prisoner, the boy in the other room. Confined to the experimental pod and unable to make a sound, I was forced to watch his loneliness and pain play out. Oh, okay, so she could see him. Yeah. It felt like an experiment. Because the one thing it mentioned in the experimental reports is that they wanted to see her sort of emotional reactions to him.
Were you able to hear me?
All kinds of plants grow in the desert. There are blue stripe berries, red thorn grass, and the silver grove fruit you were curious about as a child. Would you like to go to an amusement park? I use the system to find the dreamiest one in all of Thelos. This amusement park floats in the sky. Even the clouds are pink and purple. In the present day, they go to the amusement park in the sky together. I want to take you there. It's like a paradise. You'll like it. Calmly repeat his past monologues. He was slightly stunned. I heard everything you said in the lab. But only now do I realize you were talking to me. So she just think he was crazy. Just like, wow, the boy across from me has lost his mind. Is that what she was thinking all these years? The wasteland's moonlight is reflected in his eyes, and his expression seems more animated.
Then you must have heard what I said every night.
Good night, my one and only. Oh!
What about you?
I had no one to say those words to, so I never said them. So is it... I'm curious if she was just really quiet, or if he just, you know... There was no way he could hear her. He turns to look at me, and his gaze becomes serious. That wall experimenting is pure evil. Yeah, forcing him and her only to fall in love with each other. They really had no choice. To see how one affects the other. You understand, but you also think he's quite crazy. I mean, he's a little freaky. He turns to look at me and his gaze becomes serious.
Have you given yourself a name?
I pause before looking at him. No one has ever called me by a name.
Well, now you have someone who will.
Ah, so she names herself, yeah. He lowers his gaze and carefully repeats the name several times. When he looks up again, his features soften.
From now on, we'll hear the words we want to hear.
Yeah, so she could see him, he couldn't see her. He could only kind of feel her presence because he knew where she was because he'd been helping to repair her. As far as we're aware, he couldn't hear her, but it could have also just been because she didn't talk. So, because he knew she was there, he would talk to her instead. He's a crazy mess, but he's our crazy mess. This poor boy has a lot of PTSD. Bless him. Like, he's been through, even in the present day, he's been through a lot. He's got a lot going on. And is still trying to navigate all of that. He has a lot of trauma, bless him.
Good night.
Hey, I hope. Well, we just escaped from the lab and enjoying potentially a taste of freedom, though this all feels like it's partial. It's not just another experiment and they let us go again. I'm just taking a nap in a cave right now. I close my eyes and listen to his steady breathing nearby. I unconsciously rest my head against his shoulder. I slept well that night. No sudden awakenings, no dreams. So she was probably having nightmares. if dreaming's not very pleasant to her. Also, interesting that the kind of backdrops to this myth are also a wasteland, too, aren't they? Now that I kind of look it up. It's been a bit of a theme with them. Experiment ID A01XO2HY04. Calendar year is hidden again. Open 170802. Objectives. Create a simulation of the planetary threats that could arise from the energy fusion between A01 and XO2. Research and design preventative measures to stop the energy fusions between A01 and XO2. Research report 8806. The fact that he knew she was there and he could never interact with her must have driven him crazy. And it makes you feel like they probably did that very intentionally so, because they knew... Maybe it was even a form of punishment for him. To see the emotional effects it had on him. Because they definitely made him more aware of her than she was of him. It's very controlled, this environment that they've been in. Caleb doesn't remember most of the dreams he had in the laboratory, except for one. It's a vivid dream that recurs frequently. Past an endless tunnel of space and time at the far end of the universe, a blue planet orbits peacefully. The planet's inhabitants resemble the people of Philos, but everything there is full of life. It's a stark contrast to the declining Philos. The images in the dream are vivid. He seems to know how the people live there and how the scenery flows. More importantly, the planet's energy feels familiar and nostalgic to Caleb. Carries the unique aura of rebirth. Perhaps it's not a dream, but a distant memory. So, do we think that could be the present day then? Because Caleb seems to have dreams that are memories, but not necessarily memories in the correct order. Because there's been a card or two where it was almost like he was dreaming of kissing her, and then they weren't together at the time, and he kind of like leaned in as if to expect it, and then realized, oh wait, I'm not in that place right now. Yeah, they definitely wanted him to be, yeah, they're definitely building that codependence. I mean, it seems like they can't even repair her properly without him. Yeah, Endless Summer, I think it's that one. Yeah. So it gave me this impression that he's having... Maybe his memories are not linear, time-wise. We fly our aircraft to get as far away from the central district as possible. But the aircraft was hit with heavy bombardment. It's constantly malfunctioning. Eventually, we're forced to take a risk. We land on the outskirts of a ruined city to look for parts. As we enter the desolate streets, wary and curious eyes follow us.
Linkshire was once as lively as the central district. And now, it's rare to see a new face.
Black market merchant greets us with an unremarkable corner of an old district. Despite her friendly tone, a sharp, scrutinizing gaze reveals her caution. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Especially since we're still clad in combat armor.
So, where are you two planning to go with these parts?
Don't know if we can trust Helen, can we? Before I can respond, a small hand tugs at my finger. You don't think he remembers the past? Neither does Zane. Yeah, Zane also has sort of pockets of memory nightmares, doesn't he? But he dreams about Dawnbreaker, yeah. But that is a current parallel universe without MC.
Are you both robots?
I look down at the little boy and shake my head.
You don't look like everyone else.
She's my friend.
Hard for him to go
Have you ever seen
incognito.
robots that have friends?
Little boy shakes his head.
I've always been alone. Is having a friend any different from being alone?
Could someone get this kid some friends? Oh, that's sad.
It's different.
Caleb glances at me.
Having someone always be there for you, it feels different.
But my grandma is always there for me, too.
You brat. Sorry about that. This is my grandson, Colo. He hasn't seen many outsiders,
Think out.
so he's curious.
Let him play outside with the other kids.
You're from outside?
There even are any other
Which
kids there.
outside?
I hesitate. I don't know the names of the places on Philos aside from the Central District.
The edges of Deepspace.
The edges of... What's that?
It's the origin of all Philosians. Our ancestral homeland, basically.
The edge of Deepspace. I probably looks just as bewildered as the little boy right now. She's like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean we're from the edge of Deepspace? Hey, Sunder, how are you? I hope you're well. Welcome. You don't trust Helen. I think it's been a recurring theme to not trust the elderly in this game, hasn't it?
There aren't many deserts between the cities there. People enjoy traveling to see all kinds of landscapes.
Because when you think about it, even Grandma worked forever. At one point. His expression is honest, as if he's experienced it firsthand. Did he get this from the cognitive domain system?
Do they have these? My grandma worked really hard to get them for me.
He pulls out several white paper ornaments from under the table. They're neatly folded.
Paper is rare on Philos, but on that planet, it's an everyday necessity. Almost every child there learns to fold simple objects.
His understated tone makes my mind wander.
What else? Tell me more.
Caleb casts a side glance in my direction, then crouches down to be at eye level with
I'll
the
tell
boy.
you, in exchange for getting some unfolded paper. How does that sound?
Caleb's much better with kids than, like, for example, Silas is, isn't he? He doesn't make them accidentally cry. I think he's a bit more maternal. He's also kind of like... Caleb's like the cool boy next door, popular kid, good at everything. So... everyone just kind of looks at him with awe, don't they? Especially in the present timeline. You don't trust Tara! Our girl Tara... If our girl Tara betrays us... I will be heartbroken. He's a more friendly face too. Yeah, he's got a bit of a puppy dog face, hasn't he? Oh, it's so funny when it happens though, isn't it, Shelby? Where she's like, smile more. Not like that. Maybe smiling less is good. Birthday dinner. Oh, happy. It was your birthday, right, Sunder? If I remember correctly. Happy birthday dinner. Just getting ripped off from when it comes to margaritas. How dare they on your birthday? Turns out they all just come from a can you can get at a supermarket. What? I'm sorry. You deserve better birthday margaritas. Disappointed. Hopefully, other than that, it was a good day. When we left Linkshire, we took the aircraft parts and the precious white paper I'm holding right now. Back inside the aircraft, Caleb gets straight to work without even resting for a bit. Hello, welcome. Lying on his back under the control panel, he swaps out internal parts.
Regulator.
I hand it to him, but my gaze keeps drifting to the nearby paper.
Are you curious?
Have you visited the edges of Deepspace?
I'm not sure. I don't remember being there,
Ah.
but these images keep appearing in my mind.
There's something in the back of his memory that he's been there, but he's not 100% sure.
They feel like memories from a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm leaning again more towards this being set in the future now. Which was my initial feeling. He hesitates before letting his cold mechanical hand clasp mine. I pull him up. I don't have memories like that. He carefully studies my face.
Is that envy I see?
I don't know. No, that's his... Their body is infused in this exoskeleton. So they're sort of androids, but I guess it's a little bit more like cyborgs. The part mechanical, part human fused together. Like RoboCop. Like RoboCop. Yeah. I don't think they can take the exoskeleton off. Not fully. But you look happy when you talk about that place. Is it even happier, the dreamiest amusement park on Philos? We know they bleed,
I've never been to either place.
RoboCop is a documentary. It is for these two, sadly.
But that amusement park isn't far from here.
Caleb raises his hand and taps the air to bring up a holographic screen between us. Capitalism writes under. That's the worst. Imagine you're in a horrific, life-altering accident. Like, I mean, isn't he just like a torso or a head at that point or something? Like, they get rid of most of him, don't they? Or, except one of his hands. And they force you into a robotic body so you still have to work. Oh, like Ghost in the Shell? Where it's like a consciousness inside a robotic body. But they bleed, which makes me think there's got to be more... Does she bleed in Ghost in the Shell? I can't remember. I think there's a bit more biological sort of mass in them than perhaps Ghost in the Shell had. Oh, really? There's a RoboCop statue in Detroit? I didn't know that. Yeah, more. Yeah, that's why I lean more towards cyborg than because android's more. Android gives me the word android is used, but because there was blood, it does feel like they're more cyborg than android, doesn't it? Or is it android droid bio? I mean, she described it as blood at the beginning, didn't she? So when I think of androids, I think the whole thing is mechanical. Whereas with cyborg, it leans more towards a sort of mix. With his finger, he draws a simple sketch on the screen. Apple juice.
There's a hover train that weaves through the amusement park. It'll pass by the Ferris wheel, the roller coaster.
And the merry-go-round.
You remembered that.
Oh. I just want them to have... Can we just have, like, one card or a myth where it's just like, and they lived happily ever after. And nobody blew up. I remember everything you said, including the amusement park's coordinates that you kept repeating. I write out the numbers I heard Caleb say so many times on the holographic screen. X4352.74, Y -982.56, Z 1287.32. My hands stop exactly where his fingers rest on the other side.
You really want to go there?
You said it's a place that makes people happy. I don't know what happiness is. Oh. His expression falters for a moment. In that fleeting second, I can't discern the emotion in his eye. I guess he's felt happiness when he escaped with her, hasn't he? But she can't remember that happiness if she ever did feel it. And that just has broken him in this moment. Happily ever after in love and deep space, right? Impossible. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the brain is organic, isn't it? Only the brain. Caleb places his hand on the holographic screen and makes it disappear. My hand touches his palm.
I'll take you to any place you want to visit.
He's now made it his mission to make her happy. Maybe it's just my imagination, but when our hands touch, in spite of the powered exoskeletons, I unexpectedly sense warmth. I look up at him. Because you're my friend. He seems slightly taken aback. Then a gentle smile appears on his face.
It's because I'm your friend.
I didn't understand what having a friend meant before, but over time I found my own definition of that word. Maybe I'll understand what happiness is when we arrive at the amusement park. Caleb accesses the aircraft's controls, and we take to the skies once more. Maybe at the end of the main story will be a happy ending, like the day before the server shut off. And they make you choose between only one interest and leave the others. I mean, in theory, that's what I guess most players do now. Where they kind of pick one route, right? But... ugh. You always do wonder, though, like, what happens to the rest of them in that world where she doesn't pick them? Like, what do they do? How do they cope? Do they find someone else? Do they just stay alone? What happens to them? Hey, Peter, how are you? Because, like, for example, with Caleb, they grew up together. Like, I don't think he would leave her life as a presence. So he would just have to watch her be happy with someone else? It's awful for him. Assuming he still exists, I mean, the main story implies they all exist in that present day together at the same time. Oh, the yearning from those two, right? Stares through the window. Oh. No. Oh. We're no longer running away. We now have a destination. Oh no, Shelby. What is it their advert says now? Both. I think they had the Causer answer that as well when people asked at the anniversary event if he's brother or husband, and he said both. They'd given that context to him beforehand, knowing someone was going to ask. He is the Uridin king until he dies. Yep. Oh, AO1, IE, 03. The year again. Yeah, because the year is like 2, 4, 5 blocks. I'm thinking it's got to be future, right? OFAN 17802. It's just it being on a Philos that kind of throws me off and makes me wonder if it's like a past where they were a little bit more technologically advanced like Xavier's. I think a lot of it comes down to like this Philos again and like where it is or versions of it are in time and space. Reconstruct the energy. Reconstruct the energy transmission network within AO1 to enhance test subjects' absorption and release capabilities. Reinforce AO1's powered exoskeleton and insert environmental adaptation modules to improve the subject's adaptability and stability in various environments. 8675, so that's why he's the survival guy. No, because that's the thing, you know, when you do, it could be a Philos in a different universe, yeah. Like, I get the impression wherever Silas and MC were before the main story in the arena was probably some other universe somewhere. But everything connects back to this Philos, whether it's a singular planet or a number of different planets and across different universes or a galaxy. as I've seen some theorize. Yeah, it all goes back to there. Caleb often woke up in the middle of the night when he was still in the laboratory, and there would be severe aches in his chest. At first he thought he was sick, but he soon realized the pain had nothing to do with his physical health. It felt like someone deeply connected to him was suffering, and he felt her pain through an invisible bond. Caleb knew she endured the wounds, the mental erosion, and the torturous modifications. She had to bear this inhuman pain because of the destructio energy she was born with. He wished he bore all that pain in her stead. This thought became a thorn in his heart that grew only inward, so it makes it even worse that he couldn't really see her. Because he couldn't check up on her to make sure she was okay. He could just feel that pain. Ugh.
Approaching designated coordinates. Entering landing.
Wouldn't be a Caleb card
Please
otherwise, would it,
ensure your
Real?
safety.
The aircraft has reached its destination, but the dreamy amusement park is nowhere to be seen. The remnants of a hover train lie scattered on the ground as if to prove this wasn't just our imagination. The amusement park did exist at one point, but now it's only rotting remains that stand before us. Lost in thought, I stare at the wreckage.
This planet is big. There must be other amusement parks still present.
That won't be necessary. I turn around and calmly look at Caleb. It's okay to not know what happiness feels like. I've matured just fine. Bless her. I start walking towards the aircraft, but he grabs my wrist. He releases my wrist and deftly folds, unfolds, and refolds the white paper he got from the boy. Before long, he places a delicate white paper crane in my hand.
Let's see how far it can fly.
And we've got, there's a lot of, like, little, like, paper crane motifs and objects you can get for the with him room as well, and within the other card. I think even his birthday room and card, there were a lot of little, like, those paper cranes, weren't they? Caleb being sick is often a correlation you see in the card as well, yeah. Oh, yeah, hidden weight, yeah, the idol banner, yeah. Well, in the idol banner, he was just, the word, pining for the fjords, so to speak. He had a very specific problem that needed attending to. Although confused, I play along. The small paper crane glides from my fingers as it flies into the distance, and my gaze follows it across the desolate ruins. Heated. Yes. Yes. Very, very shared bliss vibes in that one. Sick with the fever. It circles back towards me, but just as I reach out to catch it, it levitates before my eyes. Yeah, pining. Did you use your evil? As soon as the words leave my mouth, I realize I'm floating. I look down and see Caleb walking through air. He's heading in my direction.
The hover train
Showing
is
off
gone,
now.
but there's always another way to reach the sky.
During the previous battle with our pursuer's aircraft, I hadn't paid attention to the sensation of floating. But now that I'm suspended in air, I feel like I've lost my balance. He steadies me, and the familiar pull of gravity returns.
For my next trick, I'll turn this place into an amusement park just for us.
Oh, don't they? They like take the train in the wedding banner as well, don't they? The train in the sky, and there's at least one or two banners where they go to that amusement park together, and where Caleb lives. The paper crane levitates and leads the way. Caleb holds my hand and guides me through the night sky. From above, the amusement park no longer looks like a bunch of ruins. The Ferris wheel, the roller coaster, the merry-go-round, they stand like frozen relics of a bygone era. The wind and clouds are woven to form a vessel beneath us, and I turn to look at him. He's beside me. Caleb.
What is it?
This feeling I've never felt before. Is it happiness?
If you like this feeling, then yes, it's happiness.
After thinking for a moment, I gently pull him close. I was thinking it could also be indigestion from all the new fruit she's been eating, but let's call it happiness. After thinking for a moment, I gently pull him closer. He leans down. I see my lips curve into a smile in his eyes. I like this feeling. So I'm happy right now. Caleb stares at me as if bewitched, like he's seeing something completely new. Did I say something wrong?
Not at all. It's because...
He gently touches the corner of my mouth with his index finger.
This is the first time I've seen you smile.
Oh! She's an adult now, and this is the first time he's seen her smile. I also touch the corner of my mouth. It's curved upwards, because I'm happy.
It's not just that. This also changed.
His fingers move from my cheek to the corner of my eye. Your eye, Caleb, your eyes and mouth also changed. I touch the corner of his eyes and lips.
Yes. Now we can see our happiness reflected in each other's faces.
But I still don't know what makes you happy.
You.
He softly says this single word. The evening breeze tousles his hair, and the distant stars are reflected in his gaze. Just as I've come to understand happiness, I also understand what it means to have someone who's always been there for me. Memories of Caleb flash through my mind. Walking in midair, paper crane, the wind blocked by the cave's entrance, silver glow fruits, campfires under the night sky. A familiar yet unsettling feeling sweeps over me, and my consciousness begins to blur. It's just like those moments before when my memories were erased.
Pipsqueak?
Oh, we call it Pipsqueak here too. I lower my head through this haze. The crystal embedded in my powered exoskeleton gives off a faint blood-red glow in the darkness. Because we're still injured, aren't we? My mind spins into chaos's embrace. Even breathing feels painful. As I collapse into the arms of the person beside me, a sharp sound charges towards us. A golden beam pierces the darkness and grazes my powered exoskeleton. They always arrive just at the right time to, like, stop them from fully connecting, don't they? There's a bird in each story. So Raphael and the chicken, Nancy Bird, Plushie Zane, and the Angron, Silas and Mephisto, Caleb and the paper cranes, yeah. It's been Goober lately, hasn't it? I don't know why it suddenly changed. But for a long time it was Pipsqueak, wasn't it?
It's a surveillance drone. Get behind me.
Countless pairs of golden eyes suddenly light up the night sky. They're like a pride of lions surrounding their prey. More golden beams are woven to create an intricate net. They're trying to trap Caleb and me. That's more than surveillance drones, if they can capture too. I try to summon my floating blade to counterattack, but my fading consciousness prevents me from using my evol. Behind me, a golden beam strikes. As it pierces my chest, I lose my balance and fall. Caleb catches me. Focused, he uses his evol to lift the passenger railroad car into the air. It serves as a makeshift shield. He carries me into the floating passenger railroad car while the lasers relentlessly attack its exterior. I can hear the muffled explosions. My senses are about to disappear. Even in the pain in my chest feels like a distant phantasmal sensation.
Listen, I know your mind is in disarray.
I'm fine. You need to go. I try to push him away, but he pulls me back into his arms using an even greater force. He leans down to my ear, his voice calm and steadfast.
You must remember what I'm about to tell you. Don't go back to the aircraft. it's most likely being monitored. Return to Lingshire and take shelter in an abandoned house.
I can't leave you. The passenger railroad car buckles inward under ruthless gunfire. The increasing number of strikes is a warning. It won't hold for much longer. Caleb presses his hand against the back of my head. Our foreheads touch. There is no fear in his eyes, only a burning light belonging to someone who's ready to face death. So, like what happened in the main story where they get sort of separated.
You won't be taken back there, and you won't die. This is our last escape, I promise.
His other hand grasps mine and the transfer ports in our palms connect. A flood of energy surges into me. It's not the cold, soothing kind I knew before. Caleb, it hurts. Remember, they said the more that he does this, the more she consumes his power and the weaker he becomes. To be fair, it seems like enough firepower for scout drones. You never know how dangerous the area is, like in Battlefield or a British housing estate. Oh, goodness. I mean, he always will for her, won't he? There's never going to be a universe where he wouldn't. His energy burns like a raging wildfire. It consumes every fiber of my being as if to hollow me out.
Don't be afraid. This won't take long.
A shrill, ringing noise echoes in my mind as an unfamiliar energy takes over my body. It drains whatever remains of my energy. I struggle to break free, but his arms hold me tightly.
This is the only way.
I suddenly realize he's exchanging his energy with mine. No, Caleb, you can't bear it.
But I'm willing to do it.
He pulls me closer, our heated breaths mingle as our bodies seem to merge.
I will give you my fate, and your fate will become mine.
Him and Zane, yeah, always self-sacrificing for her, yeah. The energy courses through my very being to claim every part of me. We're like halfway through. And he's already sacrificing himself for her. In a matter of seconds, my body accepts this new presence as if welcoming back something it had lost. Which again, further indicates that something from her was put into him. That is now being returned. Cosmic twins. A dull ache throbs in my heart as I desperately fight to stay conscious. Why? He responds with a small smile, and his warm lips brush against my eyelids.
Because I'm your friend. A close friend is willing to do this.
Definitely more than a friend. Oh, mate, that's love. In this close moment, I see his farewell in that smile. It feels like our final goodbye. My lips move, but the word I want to say won't come out. Caleb. As my world slips into darkness, I see him turn and walk out of the passenger railroad car. He levitates in the air as massive black swords materialize behind him. The floating blades formed from my energy now serve as his weapon. A massive swarm of drones surge towards him to attack the newly reborn combatant android. He raises both hands. Gravity is warped, and the black hole that manifests shreds the machines into pieces. Caleb turns his head to take one last look at the passenger railroad car, and then leaps into the sea of metal. Didn't even think twice about that, just went for it. Oh, so literally halfway through that. Okay, 1 second. I will be right back. I just want to grab a drink, and then we're going to go through the second half. Just going to give you a minute or two to process that. We already got self-sacrifice on chapter 5. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, yes, the attic, yeah. I remember that story. Right. Here we go. Chapter 6. Buckle up. I wake up in the wreckage of the hover train passenger railroad car. All the surveillance drones have vanished into the night sky. They took Caleb with them. The sky floats between night and day as another summer sunrise looms. The amusement park has returned to being ruins, and I am alone once more. The space around me feels like a laboratory, boundless yet still a prison. Caleb's energy is warm and calm, like lake water under the summer sun. It carries an essence of life and hope itself. He took on all the pain and darkness so I'd be the only one left with this pure hope. Ugh. If I were to ask him why, he'd probably smile and give me that answer. It's because I'm your friend. My heart feels the pull of a familiar force. I know Caleb's alive. He's just outside my reach. Instead of hiding in an abandoned house like you told me, I searched the ruins of the amusement park without rest. The pull my heart feels grows weaker. I don't know what's happening to Caleb. What if the connection breaks before I can find him? I force myself to move faster. I need to cover more ground. Caleb, wherever you are, please hear me, sense me, wait for me. I will find you. I will wake you up and make you hear me say your name again. So she knows he's alive at least. Yes, the train was also prevalent in the wedding banner, wasn't it? oh, 100% Shelby. I lost count of how many days and nights I've traveled. I don't know how far I've gone. The ruins of a city in the distance. It looks like the outskirts of Lincolnshire. Light fades from the weathered buildings as another night approaches. A feeling swells in my heart. Caleb is nearby. Climbing over the rubble of a building, I see the setting sun casting light on the lonely wreckage of an aircraft. My heart races as an invisible force pulls me. The person I've been trying to find is close. I move to the other side of the abandoned aircraft. Caleb leans against it. His eyes are closed and the cockpit's cables are connected to his back. The aircraft's energy isn't enough to repair his system. The scene mirrors the moment he found me in the laboratory, as if our fates have been switched. He did say he was going to switch their fates, didn't he? Keeping my emotions in check, I approach him one step at a time. Oh, first Kindle. His breathing is steady. Let's see if he reacts. So she's gone for poking him. Looks like he's dreaming. I think I can press it. You okay?
I always wanted to be in the same world as you.
He's so fine in this lighting. Just a brief moment of respite to appreciate the lighting.
Instead of just watching you and imagining you, I want to feel your warmth, your heartbeat, everything. I want you to stay with me forever.
I don't know does he know where he is? I don't think he does he, right now? Very yearning. Yeah, I think he was sort of stuck between reality and a dream right there. Maybe even a past memory of some kind. And for a second, he almost seemed a little bit like present day Caleb, didn't he? Have you returned to me?
Are you hurt?
I like that sometimes she doesn't really speak. She just kind of like gives a gesture. Because she doesn't really talk much. Oh, we're still connected. Uranus stay yearning even in the dreams. Yeah, they do. I think he does a lot of yearning in his dreams. Especially.
Seeking me out, that's dangerous.
You didn't really explain why, though. You didn't want to be woken up. Absolute cinema, that is what we're experiencing, yep.
If it's you. No matter what. Please wake me up.
I support Caleb as we quietly head back to Lingshire in case the drones are still patrolling the city outskirts. The system sustained heavy damage. We need to quickly find a safe place for repairs. I don't think they can handle another fight, can they? Yeah, it's got some slightly different variations, hasn't it? Isn't there one where he, like, grabs her? Or is that the next... Yeah, there's one where he has to, like, override, a command to harm her, doesn't he? Yeah, I think that's the one I got the first time. And I was like, whoa. We actually got the gentle version today. Because of that scene, you always wake him up during the sleep quality time. You don't like, sneaking away because of that. Oh. If you go clockwise, he's mean. Yeah, he goes for the throat, doesn't he? And he has to fight it. And override the command. The black market... so we'll watch that after we've finished the... Just remind me, chat. We'll watch that variant. The clockwise variant. Yeah, after... we finish this, so those who haven't seen it can see it. The black market merchant who sold us aircraft parts kindly let us use her old house for now. Although it's worn from age, the room is tidy. A vintage floor-to-ceiling window takes up an entire wall, so the space is flooded with light. Caleb, utterly exhausted, collapses on the bed. I gently touch his eyelids and feel a trace of warmth beneath my fingertips. Suddenly, his eyelashes flutter. Yeah, so I think there's just two variants, right? It does look like the old house, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be sort of reminiscent of that with the old lady.
Don't worry. I'm fully conscious.
He takes my hand and turns it over. The various cuts and scrapes I collected from those days of looking for him in the ruins are revealed. His grip loosens as if he's afraid to cause even the slightest discomfort.
Were you uncomfortable these past few days?
Without saying a word, I press my palm against his. He understands and tries to pull away.
My system is fine.
And she's like, I'm worried about you, mate. I pin his hand down to the mattress. I sit on the edge of the bed and look down at him.
Your hands...
My pain receptors have been modified. But you're not like me. I force his palm to align perfectly with mine, and my powered exoskeleton shifts as our transfer ports connect. Energy flows into his body. His wounds seemingly burn as they heal.
Let go of...
He's not happy because she's trying to take care of him now. I use more of my strength to stop him from moving. His face slightly pales from the pain. Is this how you repaired me before? I'm just returning the favor.
Don't waste your energy on me.
Oh, don't say that. The energy transfer suddenly stops. I stare at my palm, shocked beyond belief. Caleb's system isn't fully repaired, but my energy is already drained. Unease creeps into my mind. So it seems almost like he was made to repair her, but she cannot repair him in the same way. Whether it's due to, maybe not even due to the damage, maybe that's just how they were made. They didn't really consider, I mean, she was a golden goose after all as well. Yeah, he always has to take everything on himself. Yeah, he always does that, and that's what makes her mad. Yeah, because she obviously doesn't want to see him suffer. Yeah. Yeah. Built to function together. Our energy levels are mismatched. You knew. He turns his head away to avoid my gaze.
I'll recover. I just need more time.
I grab his shoulders and make him face me. Our gazes meet. You lied to me.
Yes, I did. How are you going to punish me? I'll accept whatever it is you plan to do.
We're being threatened with a good time. My fingers trail from his shoulder to his collarbone and move towards the center of his neck. Your punishment. Promise me that you'll never leave me again. She just takes it very literally. Ever.
What if I break
Do we
it?
have the lie counter for Caleb? Yeah, he is the... Yeah, he would keep something from her to protect her. Get rearing his masochistic side again. Fingers stop just above the crystal on his throat. All it would take is one push to transform him into something else. I know your weakness. If you break it, I'll make you my prisoner. He hesitates before taking my hand. He sits up. Again, she's threatening him with a good time. Unknowingly. I don't think he would mind that. As long as they're together.
Where will you imprison me?
See? Oh. He lights up like a firework every time he hears MC is gonna punish him. Yeah.
Are you talking about that planet at the edges of deep space?
You told me the people there call their living quarters a home.
Yeah.
And you said going home is a normal occurrence there.
Yes. Normal. But important.
We have a home if I take you there.
Why do you want to go to that place with me?
He's excited, don't save him. He's right where he wants to be. Yeah. He is, isn't he? Because you're my friend. The light from the window reaches his... Oh, why does he look... He looks really upset. Like, what do you mean I'm just your friend? And it makes them shine like nebula. Do you think he feels like a slight tinge of pain every time she says friend? And it just gets a little more, like, sharp each time. He's like, just really hoping she'll say something else. I got excited about seclusion too, given his current situation, though. You don't blame him. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I do think Caleb and her, like, and the version of MC that is with Caleb is by far the freakiest of the five. Like, they match each other's freak. And I would argue at times she is way freakier than he is. I mean, the Colonel myth where she puts the chip in her. The girl's mad. Throne of Eros. The freakiest. The freakiest. Can I call you that?
Of course.
He doesn't want to say no to her, though. I move closer and wrap my arms around him. His presence surrounds me. For a moment, the cold metal of his powered exoskeleton feels seemingly warm. Caleb, I'm here.
I'm here.
Oh. I rest my head against his shoulder. Now I understand what it means to have a friend. Wraps his arm around me. His embrace is ever so gentle, as if he's afraid his exoskeleton might hurt me.
What does a friend mean to you?
Oh, okay. What do we want to go with, chat? One or two? Someone who'd do anything for us, or someone we can't live with. I'm leaning more towards two, because one feels like selfish. But two feels like more of a, like there's a power balance, you know? Like we need each other. Whereas one's like, yeah, one, exactly. One feels like it makes him a weapon. Yeah. Do we want to go with two? You love that he's crazy for her, but the plus twist is she's just as crazy. Yeah, I mean, he's pretended that she was his girlfriend growing up. She has actively made everyone else think that she was his girlfriend. I think it was his graduation, right, where she kissed his cheek. And I can't remember if it was the same card or not, where she gets jealous because he got a letter from someone. And she like has a full tantrum about that. Thinking he's keeping some secret girlfriend from her. I'm gonna go with two. Someone I can't live without. He slightly leans back and leaves just enough space between us. Hesitation flickers in his eyes. She's crazy and you love that for her, right? It's just an just unmatched level of freak for those two in comparison to like the other variants of MC. Is that not true?
You'll be older one day.
And you won't be my friend anymore when that happens. Now she's just having an existential crisis that you get older and you can't have friends.
When you leave the lab, you can live your own life.
I caress his cheek. Oh, so this is like when he's going off to college and then, you know, she's going to go off to the Hunters Association and they're both like worried they're not going to see each other as much. Or need each other as much. Then let me be the only one in your life. Oh, here she comes. Here comes Freak MC. Here she is. She got jealous of the necklace she gave him, right? It's so amusing though. Just, ugh. But yeah, she's like, I want to lock you up away and keep you as my own forever. And he'd be like, yeah. He pauses before turning his head. His warm lips brush my fingertips and his voice is as soft as a whisper.
That's not the answer I expected. But I like it.
Yeah, oh yeah, that whispery voice is coming back. I sit up straight and extend my right pinky finger to Caleb. Back then, you taught me about promises. Oh, they also have a 4-star card where they're doing the pinky promise, don't they? All our memories are tied to the name Caleb. His eyes sparkle as he extends his pinky finger. Love that for them, though. Let's leave Philos and travel to a planet at the far edges of deep space.
Okay.
Our pinky fingers both encased in armor hooked together just like back then. It was summer at that time, and now it's currently summer. This season has finally become an inseparable part of my life. Summer's where they always come together and reunite. All right, 7. We're getting close to the end. Experiment ID A01XO2TM07. Orphan 17803. Objectives: install and activate quantum interference modules for AO1 and XO2 to ensure stable operation. Set the following trigger conditions. Initiate quantum interference when XO2 and AO1's energy fluctuations maintain synchronization for an extended period of time, which I'm guessing they were banking on. 8806 report. For those on the run, the destination is like a beacon, a spiritual anchor guiding every step of the way. I think maybe the most heartbreaking part about this is they were never free, because it was all part of a very controlled experiment still, to see what they would do. Just the illusion of freedom. To reach our homeland at the edges of Deepspace, we still have much to prepare. Lingshu was once a bustling hub of aerospace innovation. Now it's nothing but ruins with abandoned equipment. We found a small spacecraft in an old warehouse on the outskirts. If it's modified and given enough fuel, it can fly again. We exchanged the aircraft we used to get here for the parts we needed with the black market merchant, Helen. Caleb and I ventured into the city's desolate outskirts to hunt wanderers for their protocols. Those will serve as a source of energy for our spacecraft. As the days passed, our dream of departure felt closer than ever before. I think they didn't anticipate the intensity of their bond. That's where the scientists went wrong. After working very hard, we filled our pouch with protocols. It's currently midnight. But instead of heading back with our loot, Caleb and I are captivated by the scenery before us. Built for each other, but yeah, in the wrong way. A nameless lake sits on the far reaches of Lingshure's outskirts. I do think with a lot of the love interests, actually, there's this kind of motif of fighting against fate and what it originally had in store for them, and them always choosing each other instead of whatever the universe had planned for them. Like, you know, Xavier choosing her over his planet. Raphael choosing her over Lumeria. Silas and MC choosing not to be rivals. Zane just, you know, constantly fighting fate and Astra. Poor guy. Caleb, you know, with Ever and in this universe where they're made to sort of destroy each other, yeah. There was no choice to love, only in the end did they have the free will to choose, exactly, yes. It's definitely a bit of a overreaching motif for all of them, I think, yeah. The humid night air clings to our skin, and the calm lake mirrors the brilliant moonlight in the sky.
I saw this before in the lab's system logs. Philosians missed the moonlight of their homeland, so they built an artificial satellite to mimic it.
We sit by the lake. I touch the water and the cool ripples curl around my finger. They soothe the heat coming from me.
When we finally see the moonlight in our homeland, we'll remember this night.
It's so far away.
Yes. Anything could happen. We might not even make it.
I place my hand deeper into the water and watch the ripples spread out. It doesn't matter as long as we're together. Caleb looks at me, then tilts his head towards the sky.
No matter what happens, we'll always have the memory of tonight to hold close to our hearts.
He raises his hand and a tiny spinning black hole forms. The small ripples on the lake's surface gradually turn into waves. They're drawn upward by an invisible force. I think their relationship's a bit complicated in the main story because it's sort of like they grew up together, but they clearly had feelings for each other. I do think she kind of sees him as both. He's both family and that. but it's a very... it's a bit of an overreach. It's a trope that has been explored a lot in dramas. It's just them being docked together that kind of complicates it there. But yeah, it's pretty clear from the cards when you get snippets of when they were younger that there was something brewing, you know, that was more than familiar. Familial? Ugh. That word that I'm struggling to pronounce right now. The water hovers above the lake. It forms a massive transparent sphere that sparkles with reflected moonlight. Exactly, yeah. I think that's what it is in his eyes, at least. Yeah, he wants to be all the things.
On that planet, they have something called a crystal ball. They're often given as gifts.
Are they also made out of water?
No. The ones there are smaller. Sometimes they have tiny items inside them to create scenes.
He stands out and holds his hand to me. Yeah, and also they were just so young back then as well, like, it would have been difficult for them to know exactly what that was as well. It's not really until they get older and they're both adults that they're like, oh, it was love.
This one only belongs to us.
Having floated before, I've gotten used to the feeling of my feet leaving the ground. I think so, yeah, more of a snow globe, yeah. Because he said they put things inside it. Caleb pulls me effortlessly into the sphere. The transparent water around us shimmers with iridescence under the silver moonlight.
Hold on tight.
He guides my hand to rest beneath his waist and wraps one arm around my shoulder. A crystalline bubble begins to float even higher. Caleb, is this another one of your magic tricks?
A magician relies on illusions.
He's like, I've got real magic.
Make all your wishes come true.
To be fair, gravity is a pretty cool power to have. Like, there's a lot you can do with gravity. Yeah, because they obviously have that forbidden trope connected to their story as well, don't they? Yeah. Which is very obviously stated with the apple motifs, yeah. Prismatic light dances around us, refracting and reflecting endlessly. They make me feel like I'm inside a giant crystal ball. His eyes shine as pure and bright as tonight's moonlight. Him and Raph being called magicians, you've got a type. All my wishes will come true.
Yes. All of them.
I hold him even tighter. I wish I have right now has already been fulfilled. She's just like, this is fine, this is perfect. Whatever this is. The night is still and all I can hear are our footsteps in the empty city.
Why are you staring at the ground? Are you exhausted?
Listen, our footsteps. They sound like they're going home. He was worried. It was like for a second there. I'm very just ready to carry her.
You already think of it as your home, huh?
I watch our steps fall in and out of sync. I mean, us walking together is what feels like home. They do say like home is rather who you're with than a place. Don't they? Home is where the heart is. He slows his pace until we're walking side by side.
I'll remember the rhythm then. So from now on, we'll walk home like this, together.
I feel like he's playing another magic trick on me with his serious tone and how he says the word home. My heart is racing as if I'm engrossed in an enchanting performance.
Now you're the one who's slowing down. What's wrong?
He places his hand on my shoulder and steadies me, and then leans down to look at my face. His compassionate gaze is close. Not wanting him to notice my quickened heartbeat, I only nod.
We've been out for a while.
He suddenly stops, turns around, and crouches down in front of me.
Hop on. I'll carry you home.
I don't move, instead opting to stare at him.
It'll be faster this way. Don't you want to go home soon?
Still feeling lightheaded, I climb onto his back. He lifts me with ease and walks forward.
If you're tired, close your eyes. You'll wake up at home.
I lean my head against his shoulder and let myself relax.
What is it?
Caleb. I like it when you say home.
Then I'll say it every day. Let's
Cuties.
go home.
I no longer care if he notices my racing heart, because I can feel his heart too as my chest is pressed against his back. Like mine, it's beating just as quickly. Which, you've got to be pretty fast to get through that exoskeleton suit. Our hearts are perfectly in sync. The rhythm is exciting and comforting. And I wonder if that's the trigger, because it said, like, when they're on the same level, right? And I wonder if the heartbeats are part of that. Like, them being in sync is what's going to trigger what's to come. If it maintains that balance. Good night, Caleb.
Good night.
Content, I close my eyes and fail to notice the faint red glow from the crystal embedded in his powered exoskeleton. Yep. Here we go. Right, because they're quite thick exoskeletons, so it's gotta be a pretty dangerously high, fast heart rate. Hey, Kara, how are you? But also, it could just be like they could, you know, it was mentioned earlier, they can kind of like feel each other's emotions even if they're not sort of together, so that's probably part of what heightens it, I guess. Mostly, it was a bit spicy early on, but we managed. There was just a lot of booping. Experiment ID A01XO2NJ04. OFAN 17804. Objectives. The interference control module via feedback signals will adjust the patterns of entangled particles to generate specific quantum states. These will target the neural networks of A01 and XO2 to disrupt their consciousness. Monitor and document the destructive effects and quantum decoherence when the energy fluctuations of A01 and XO2 converge. 8932. So they are interested in the destructive powers of them as a weapon together. Shortly after exchanging energy with the girl and waking up, Caleb had an ominous premonition. The colour change in his powered exoskeleton crystal and the brief haze clouding his mind made him remember the ruins of the amusement park. The girl underwent the same process, the crystal discoloration and the mental fog. Those symptoms had been transferred to him. After their failed escape as children, the two had undergone many modifications. Maybe this was a failsafe, a mechanism the laboratory had implemented to prevent another attempt. But what was his trigger? So he knows it's bad, but I don't think he realizes the heartbeats being in sync was, and perhaps her transferring that energy to him has been, is why it's happening. When he carried the girl back to the old house on his back that night, he finally realized the answer. The trigger was each other. More specifically, it was their feelings. The closer they became and the more they interacted, the faster their consciousness degraded. They were programmed to be the other's poison. This naturally formed bond was destructive, a catalyst designed to make them forget and hurt each other. Despite this newfound knowledge, he savored the sweet poison. All he wanted was to stand by her side and board the spacecraft destined to reach the far edges of deep space before the mechanism overwhelmed him. Doomed. You're doomed. The war between the government and the rebels had reached a precarious stalemate. The central district had been reduced to rubble. The flames of conflict spread to every planet. Lingshu was no exception. Outside the window, an ominous red glow lit up the night, and it was accompanied by faint, distant explosions.
It's me.
They're getting closer. Helen rushes in with her grandson, Kolo. Both are disheveled from their journey, and her usually calm demeanor cannot mask her fear.
The rebels are already at the city outskirts. It's sooner than I expected. We'll be boarding a large evacuation ship. You two should come with us. It's safer if we stick together.
If they find us, everyone on board will die. Caleb and I exchange a glance. We know that we're thinking the same thing.
Thank you, but our
Yeah,
fuel
they
is
can't
ready.
go with them.
We'll be leaving soon.
They'll just be
But your
captured.
ship is a private spacecraft. It has never traveled that far. What if...
Do you really have to go? Where are you going?
Caleb pats the boy's head.
We're going to a place where the seasons change. We'll see life grow, a summer sunrise, and real moonlight.
Does this world have such a place?
Caleb shows a slight smile as he glances at the boy. He turns to look at me.
If this world doesn't have it, then we'll find one that does.
Helen sighs and hands a metal box to Caleb.
Take this. It's the best warp drive I could get. And this is the communication key for our ship. Just in case. So long as you're within range, we can send a rescue shuttle.
After Helen nods, Kolo places a small communicator in my hand. Thank you.
You need to go to that world you're looking for.
Take care, children.
Aww. We watch the massive spacecraft disappear into the sky. The flames of strife enter the heart of the city. Scared and dilapidated, Lingshu marches towards its funeral. Even with all that trauma and drama, at his heart of Caleb is an innocent idealist. Yeah. That despite all of that trauma, as well, he's still hopeful when things involve her, especially. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, buildings stand against the blinding flames. Thick smoke fills the air, yet the city remains strangely silent. We have to leave immediately. Caleb goes to the warehouse to replace the spacecraft's engine. I stay behind to gather emergency supplies. We'll meet up after I'm done. I rush to the warehouse with everything I can carry, yet I see Caleb standing outside the spacecraft with his back to me. Hey, Stringy, how you doing? I have the nutrient nuggets, supplement concentrates, and...
X-02. Command confirmed.
Uh-oh. The crystal embodied in him emits a faint red blood glow. I realize this is what happened to me when we were in the ruins of the amusement park. Caleb? I take a step and grab his arm, but when he turns around, his face is expressionless. It befits something that could be called the ultimate perfect weapon.
Carrying out orders.
You can tell he's kind of fighting against that, though, isn't he? There's a bit of a strain there.
No. I'm not X-02. I'm Caleb.
His unfocused eyes slowly regain clarity. The red glow from his powered exoskeleton fades. His body sways, and I quickly steady him. Are your memories being erased? Is it because we exchanged energy?
Let's get out of here first. Once we're safe, I'll explain everything to you.
You know it's bad if he's not giving details. Outside the aircraft's viewport, Lingshu, consumed by warfare, shrinks into a speck of light in the distance. As the spacecraft ascends, the entire planet seemingly spirals into an inferno. I pilot the ship, but my heart races as if feeling someone else's pain.
We have interference modules inside of us.
Yeah, that's
When
not
triggered,
good.
The one with the destructive energy will experience a degradation of their consciousness. Until they lose it completely.
That would be him right now, I
Then
think,
they must
right?
wait to be reactivated.
It's clear what those people feared, weapons with a will of their own. Suppressing the bitterness in my chest, I force myself to stay calm. If we leave Philos, the module won't be activated. He lowers his gaze to avoid looking me in the eye. That's when the truth hits me. Am I the trigger?
Whenever our energy synchronizes, it activates the interference module.
My body trembles, but a soft smile appears on his face.
It's not your fault. They knew I couldn't stop myself from wanting to synchronize with you.
They were counting on it. The countless experiments had dulled my anger and pain, yet they surge once more as they're reborn from my flesh. All of them deserve to die. But who are they? The researchers who modified us, the rulers who crave our power, the creators who gave us this energy, or is it fate itself that's binding us in each other's shadows? Before me is this boundless universe, yet my hatred can only merge with this unfathomable darkness. This should have been my burden. If Caleb didn't exchange his energy with mine, he wouldn't need to suffer. Yeah, so I don't know if they'd banked on her, on that energy exchange, and I think they were hoping that she would be the one to lose consciousness, maybe. I grasped Caleb's hand and tried to connect the port to his palm. Suddenly, something warm and sticky. I slowly turn over my hand. Dark red blood has mixed with a golden fluid in my palm, and it flows down my wrist.
I'm sorry.
Caleb's smile softened as he opens up his wounded palm. His port transfer has been completely destroyed.
We won't be exchanging energy anymore. But at least, I got you onto this ship before I was taken away.
You think he did that? He probably did that himself, right? So she couldn't...
I promised this would be our last escape. And I meant it.
His grin sends off waves of fear through me. I grab his arm. Don't you dare leave me. We promised to reach the far reaches of deep space together.
Warning. Internal energy fluctuations are intensifying. Hull integrity at risk. Immediate action required.
Not good. It's not good.
The floating blades. I can't control them for much longer.
Yeah, I really don't think they'd sort of banked on him taking her power, because it's clear he's not built to contain it. Even if you lose consciousness, it doesn't matter. I'll always be the one to wake you up.
Warning. Spacecraft is under heavy bombardment. Shield integrity at 70%. A massive fleet is approaching. Contact will occur in approximately 25 seconds. Please execute tactical evasive maneuvers.
That is quite an anxiety-inducing emergency alert alarm, that, isn't it?
This is perfect.
Oh no. Oh
Your
no.
fate is now
No.
mine. This is the last thing I can do for you.
You're thinking I'm gonna take them out and me in a heroic explosion. He releases my hand and stands up and leaves the cockpit. I try to follow him, but gravity pins me in place. The fate again, yeah. Well, I don't think he's gonna let that happen, sadly. The transport apparent door separates us. It's just like that barrier in the laboratory, but he won't be waiting for me on the other side this time. Caleb, no. Don't leave me. He stops in his tracks. He turns his head ever so slightly.
I'm sorry. I failed you as a friend. Our promise to reach the edges of deep space together.
He's just making sure she gets there. I can only see one of his eyes. Within it lies a gentle resolve that destroys my
the
heart.
promise we had since we were born. I kept that one. Our bodies, minds, and spirits are from the same source. Even if it all fades away, my soul will always resonate with yours. Because...
There's that same source again. This is the final goodbye. So he seems to remember when they were born. Caleb lies, I know. But he seems hopeful that whatever comes next, they will somehow be together, like in a rebirth sense, because of where they're from. But he could also just be saying that to make her feel better. Caleb has a secret he's never told anyone about. It was born the moment he became aware of her existence in the laboratory. He didn't know if it was related to their shared origin, her being the center of his world, or the fact that she was herself. Yet in the end, none of it mattered. Every reason began and ended with her. So again, it doesn't quite explain what the shared origin is. Like, are we talking about they were created in the lab together? Like, were they test tube babies? Were they found before? It keeps it quite ambiguous. That's his locker up instinct coming out again. Oh, God. Next myth's gonna have a maze. He's gonna lock her in the maze. Look, the 4-star card does have the maze in the background, so you know we may actually see a maze. There's a chance. The secret was a seed buried in his heart, and over the years it grew into a winding vines that formed an invisible net. It bound him and made him want to bind her just as tightly. At the beginning and the end of those vines was a single thorn that grew inward. Their shared connection meant his soul was always destined to recognize her. His soul resonated with hers again and again because he loved her. The deafening echo of that love had transversed the sealed laboratory, the war-torn planet, and the inevitable end. Now it would finally fade into silence. No. The maze is the maze we made in the home feature for. I've seen some people made a maze, yeah. Some people trapped him in one.
Independent combat unit
You didn't expect
detected.
that.
Multiple enemy vessels have been eliminated. The number of the fleet's pursuers has been significantly
Oh, it's the last
reduced.
chapter. You know what that means. Are you ready for Depression Kindle?
Warning. Combat unit's vital signs are fluctuating. Severe wounds are likely. Warning. Combat unit
Oh,
is in
God.
freefall.
Just
Immediate
free-falling
action
through
required.
space. The AI system's voice reverberates through the spacecraft. With gravity restored in the cockpit, I opened the transparent door. Outside the viewpoint port, debris from destroyed ships flies through the void like meteors. And there he is, the one I can't bear to lose. He's falling towards a final goodbye, so hurtling towards a planet. Caleb, what makes you think my life could mean anything without you? I don't want to live in this world without you, not even for a moment. There's a third option. That isn't one person escaping or getting dragged back to the lab, and maybe that's the ending I want. I touch the silver seed I always carry, open the emergency hatch, and leap into the void. The choice to go out together. Controlling my powered exoskeleton, I drift through space. In the distance, ships explode in silence, their remains streak across the emptiness. The receiver built into my ear picks up a sound. The piercing screech almost makes me think it's an auditory hallucination. Isn't this Caleb's receiver? My intuition makes me look down. That figure in black is quickly falling. Right? Well, at least he's breathing. Or whatever you can call breathing in space. I guess it's not. I guess it's not breathing air. As I hear his faint breathing through the receiver, I push my powered exoskeleton engine to its limit and fly towards him. Oh, here we go. To be fair, he's handling it he's quite calm, despite free falling towards doom.
You. How?
It is, yeah. This was I mean, what a way to end the first limited myth cycle. gonna have to go faster.
You must turn back.
I don't think we can. Oh, 3%. Oh, his own power is consuming him. Those look like, they're like crystals, aren't they? Like, you know when, people get that protocore sickness. I wonder if it's kind of like that. At least it looked crystallized.
You should visit any place you want.
Oh, this is where she wants to be.
This path will only lead to destruction.
The world being destroyed isn't as scary as being separated from you. Oh. He's gonna shoot his shot because this is the end. Ugh. Oh, that went really fast. In that case, facing destruction together will be our destiny. So they were like, screw you, scientists. We're making our own story here. You also saw it right, the one, like, it looked very sort of Wanderer-esque in texture and color, didn't it? Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who was like, hang on a second.
Then it's a promise. In life and in death. We will never be apart.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna shoot my shot. It is the end of the world for us, so let's go out with a bang. Ugh. That would be Shelby, because we do know that I think the Wanderers came in through the tunnel when she appeared, right? And the tunnel appeared when she was pulled into that world, so they do seem to be somewhat connected to her. That, at least that was my understanding. Do let me know your theories as well. He did smirk a bit, didn't he? Yeah. And that was his, like, first or second kiss as well. Oh, it was, yes, because the Smith came out very soon. Maybe, I think it might have been, I don't know, did they kiss in Catch 22? I'm not sure, but yeah, it was very close after his release, this, wasn't it? Ooh, you think oh, it would be neat if they ended up being the original Wanderers. We'll make our own destiny with card games and escorts. Oh goodness. I feel like I woke up from a long and endless dream. In that dream, countless nebulae were set aflame in unfathomable depths of space. They collapsed and a black hole formed at its center. There was an explosion and new stars were born. Then I heard a faint voice telling me a story about another world. In the chaos, it was the only thing I could understand. And that voice kept saying the same words. Go home. Let's go home. Cause was that his first multi Catch 22? It must have been, right? That's a wild first multi, that. Construo and Destructio are two forces that drive the evolution of civilizations. These entwined forces are interlocked in a perpetual cycle. This also kind of like further enforces the Adam and Eve thing, doesn't it? That they are the start of everything, but also the end of everything. Everything that both comes and is inevitably destroyed by their existence. Silas's empire rose from the advent of technology which granted immortality, which we know is somewhat linked to her, through what we've seen in the main story in the cards this year. Yet beneath its glory were the seeds of destruction that had long since been sown. Immortality meant the end of progress. Their decay began the moment it was achieved. And I've noticed every civilization that attempts to control her power ultimately ends up reaching a demise, you know? Lumeria, Philos, even, yeah, in Zane's myth, every time they try to sort of control her power, it never ends well. In his first multi, Caleb got dropped and hit the ground running. They were not playing with him. Immortality could not sustain an immortal civilization. As destruction pushed this world towards its final moments, flames of hope were ignited elsewhere in the universe. It's a testament to the endless cycle of rebirth. From the fall of the Phalosian civilization, the final chapter. And again, with all the other live interests as well, I think throughout all of them, there is this Ouroboros theme, too. A sort of endless cycle. Rebirth, destruction, fate and destiny. You wish you could see these have more of a creature design, like they kind of did with the dragon and mermaid. Well, I think they've tried to mix it up with like some of them being more grounded in, you know, some of them are non-human, some of them are human, some of them are from another planet. I think they have a nice mix because for some people, maybe they're not into the mermaid and dragon thing. Other people really into it. So I think they've got a nice balance of personalities and types for, like, you know, there's something for the monster fuckers. There's something for those who prefer their interest to be more humanoid. We've even got a cyborg. It's a good balance. Oof. Yeah, so that's how the Caleb's first myth, well, limited myth ends. So yeah, I think we are anticipating for the third. It's gonna be her or him. Not together. If we do go on the theory of the Zane parallels, then he's gonna lose her like Zane lost her. And he's gonna try to fight to save her. But inevitably fail. So potentially we might be seeing... I don't know what's worse, honestly, her losing her. I guess it would be worse from our perspective to see him losing her. Your theory is that they were a protocore or something like that. Hunter scientists diverge. The protocores are held together because he has gravity and MC's protocore. His heart is broken. Yeah, they've definitely got some link to the Wanderers for sure. I think I'd be surprised if it turns out that that's not the case. Just because they keep appearing, they started appearing when she appeared. We know now from, you know, Xavier's storyline that a lot of them were... The Wanderers were human at some point. If not all of them. That the protocore sickness turns people into them. Like what we saw with, you know, like Luke and Kira and some others in the main story. But then there's also that ether core thing, you know, going on with Silas and MC too. Protocols held together by gravity. Ah, okay, yeah. Can't have one without the other. Without gravity, they just fall apart. The codependence. Yeah. We've got a cyborg, a merman, a vampire. Not all the same character at the same time. A dragon. Yeah, and each wanderer looks like they're from... Yes, we've got, like... there's a dragon wanderer. Yeah, the snow deer. Yep. And I do think her connections to all of them thread way, like, it's so much more deeper than we're seeing right now. I wouldn't be surprised if everything started with her and them in some capacity. And that's where it's going to be heading. You want to see him forget her just for the drama. You're like, I'm here for the angst. Give me the angst. Break my heart and fall. I dare you. Oh, so we're going to quickly look at the, I did it this way, didn't I? Okay, so we'll do it clockwise. We'll look at because for those who haven't seen it, there were 2 ways this scene could play out. We actually got the nicer option today. Because I think I did it counterclockwise, didn't I? So how you do the pattern determines 2 different outcomes as to how he's going to wake up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went like that. So we're going to go boop, boop, boop. Oh, yeah.
Target acquired. A01. Activating elimination protocol.
Something controlling him. Oh, she knows she messed up, though. So they had a failsafe.
Error detected. Execute A01. Execute. No. Command. Rejected.
Ugh. Yeah, that one's rough, isn't it? So in the first one, he's kind of like lost in what seems to be a positive old memory of them when they were in another life somewhere together. Maybe even the present day, it could have been. And then in the second, the alternative, he gets a command. She accidentally activates a command to kill her. Which I'm arguing would leave him more traumatized. But I don't know, also getting pulled from a happy memory is also quite rough, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know. I think he'd feel worse for hurting her. Even the battle areas are important. Yeah, one of them was in a tower with Silas Smith. There's like under the sea levels too, aren't there? Yeah. So I think it's very... One thing I like about this game is the tiny details all come together. And it's very much like a puzzle that collectively the people playing will piece together. And you get all these fun theories. Sometimes they end up being true. Sometimes we're a little off, but they're always You know, it's like they're always fun, and you know the myths, especially when they come out. I feel like there's a lot of payoff from all that theorizing that's collectively done when the next myth comes and we're like, oh, that's what that meant. Oh, you know, oh, I was a little bit off about that, but we were on the right lines. Oh, there's that tiny little thing, obscure bit of information we got in like the world underneath, or a little object from the with him room that's directly linking to this thing now.
Are you hurt?
Oh, he asks her that regardless of what sort of happens, yeah.
Seeking me out, that's dangerous. If it's you, no matter what, please wake me up.
Okay, so the end, it's pretty much the same regardless of the choice made there when he wakes up. Let's have a quick look at that 4-star so we can... This one, Verdant Wetland. Wait, we might have to... Oh, but if I do this, it's gonna do it upside down, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. But there is, we can't see it here, but there is a maze in the background. If I click on it, can we see it? Oh, I know what I can probably do. Hang on, I can probably take a screenshot of it and then flip it so we can look at it like that. Wait a sec. So this is the only way we can do it, because in the app it's not gonna twirl it, so we're gonna have to do it this way, I think. Maybe, oh, it still might be a bit weird, but just so we can look at the full thing. How do I... Oh, nope. Nope. Hang on, sorry. Trying to get it to flip it. Where are the options gone for this? Ah, found it. Sorry. I couldn't find it. Okay, so oh, there's, interestingly enough, there's some of those crystals in the background too. There's the leopard. Can you see it? It's got a, it looks like it's got a horns though. Where's the leopard have horns? You might have wings too. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of them get wing motifs. What are they? Are they just flower petals, or is it like fruit? What's that? They've got like a wired fence here. There's the maze, and it looks like there's all this different variants of her and Caleb. Like, is that the Colonel? There's at least 3 figures. That looks like it might be her. And then there's some sort of shadow here. There's a fountain in the middle. Leopard tulips, maybe. Oh. So, oh, you want to do this with Silas's picture as well? We can do. Are they just... oh, it could be. Is it... ah, you're right. No, it might just be the shadows of the crystal. Yeah, but in the... ah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think it's just the crystals. Though the idea of a horned leopard is kind of cool. There is a lot of dog imagery for him, and then we suddenly get a big cat. Yeah, yeah, because he's always been more of a puppy, hasn't he? But yeah, when thinking about that scene in the Kindle where he had the crystals on his back. So again, our theories about the Wanderers may be true. Of course, got the bitten apple. I am leaning more towards if we... because it looks like kind of wastelandy, doesn't it? Especially with the barbed wire. So I'm thinking if we do get this Adam and Eve theme, the garden is gonna already, like, it's already gonna be a wasteland. Oh, he's got the leopard there as well. Chains. I think he's gonna have a lot of jewelry. Like, I think we're probably gonna... I feel like we're gonna get something... some, like, fancy neckwear, maybe. The barbed wire from their shelter days. Oh, yeah. There is a horned jaguar wanderer, though. So this... it could be both a shadow plus a reference to that, maybe, as well. Like, it could very... the shadow could very well be intentionally making it look like a horned leopard. Yeah. There's definitely... yeah. Yeah, you're right, yeah. It has got that kind of, like... almost like Saharan theme to it, hasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, especially with the jewelry. It's interesting that this all points towards the maze. As well. Oh, there's something else. Is that another figure? One... there's something else here. Who's that, then? Because that looks like it could be the Colonel, and that... I'm sensing is her. But what? Is that just light or a figure? Looks like they're in, like, attached to the maze. I'm thinking, yeah, somewhere hot, desolate. But also, like, maybe parts of it are dried up and decayed, or, you know, some kind of wasteland. I think there could be some parallel imagery. It's also interesting the apple's golden instead of red. Yeah, being trapped or held somewhere, but there's a hole through it, so some sense of escape again. Maybe like a rainforest. Yeah, in the myth, the apples were silver. This time it's gold. It has to be gold for a reason. And already being bitten to suggest the temptation is already, you know, the sin already occurred. It's funny also that Caleb's problem is lying when Adam and Eve lied to God. I remember, it's slightly unrelated, but I remember seeing a sort of comedy short once where the idea of the sketch was that Eve gave the apple to Adam because she just was sick of him and wanted to get rid of him. So she's like, yeah, eat this, it's fine, it'll be fine. She just wanted out of there. You like the dictory. The overgrown foliage contrasted with the manicured maze. Exactly, yes. The chaos and control themes. Mm-hmm. And it's funny that the chaos leads to the control in this case, isn't it? It all kind of like artistically sort of swirls round there, doesn't it? And the leopard is the predator overlooking the maze too. That is sort of cast behind Caleb like it's a shadow, almost. Yeah, this part of the map's a bit more... This part of the picture's a bit more golden and green, isn't it? And then it's sort of... Over here you can... Oh, it was quite a high fence from the looks of it, too. Also, we should look at there was the, item we got in the with him room as well. Though it looked like more this myth that we looked at today. Where is it? This. Can't zoom into it anymore though, but that does look like XO2, Caleb, doesn't it? We got the crane, the train. An apple shape around them. Flowers, tender daylight. Oh, he's interestingly in this, he's taking the apple from the tree. Like the apple's on the tree there. Yeah, it's got robotic joints, hasn't it? You want to believe he's wearing handmade friendship bracelets. That sounds like something those two would do. Hello. Hello, sweetie. Yeah. I don't know. I'm starting to think like the signs are too much on the nose now to maybe it being Adam and Eve, but the 4-star in this is really making me think it's going to be at least a Garden of Eden metaphor if it's not direct. Yeah, and we were discussing earlier how the roles were subverted and he's more Eve than Adam. Yeah. And this, I feel like kind of Clara confirms that as well with him taking the apple from the tree. And in the 4-star, he has the apple and it's already bitten and it looks like he's the one who bit into it. I wonder if there's some kind of metaphor with... Where's my phone? Golden apples specifically. Golden apples are a symbol of humanity's traits, good and bad. Desire, sin, and survival. But you could say that about the standard red apple too, though. Fruit from... Oh, maybe it's more... Okay, so golden hour... so in Norse mythology, you have fruit from the tree of knowledge as gold. Good and evil. In Greek mythology, there's a quite... Yeah, there's golden apple as well, isn't there? He scored the Order of Chaos. Symbols of desire and choice. You're thinking it might be more of a South American jaguar. Oh, rather than a leopard. Oh, yeah. Mmm. Mmm. That sort of forest landscape would fit the foliage we saw as well, wouldn't it? Might be onto something there. You want Adam and Eve, but fighting against fate and the gods. I'd like that too. Yeah, the King of Midas off the top of your head. And Ambrosia. Mmm. Which was also immortality related as well, yeah. So it really depends on what they're going to... They might tap into multiple myths, but... But yeah, there's all the story of Eris, isn't there? That doesn't feel like it's inherently connected to those two. Be interesting to see what they do with it. There it's red though. It's just red in this. So we had red here, silver in the myth we watched today, potentially gold in the next one. Yeah, I'm gonna be really surprised if it's not some. Even if they don't go very on the nose with the Adam and Eve theme. I'd be surprised if there's none of that in there. Because all the signs seem to be pointing in that direction. To perhaps also explaining... Maybe we'll find out what the same source is. Like the point of creation, maybe. Or at least some allusion to it. I'm still thinking cosmic space babies. Don't think we got anything else recently that might... Oh, how about, you know, the newer items they added too. Let's have a look. Might be something in here. What's he got up to now? 160. Asiatic apples. Yeah, they were mentioned in Eros as well, weren't they? We got them in the home feature too. Apple blossoms. Because the Asiatic apples, they're the ones we can make in the home, aren't they? Can mean safety and tranquility. Caleb turns into an apple tree tasked with feeding MC for all eternity. Oof. So specifically like an apple tree with blossoms is mentioned frequently further up here. Floating ornaments. Okay, yeah, later there's a lot of Asiatic apples. Nightfall. 42. Ah, they... Okay, yeah. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. Okay, I can appreciate that guy, that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, reference there. I didn't look through this before. Awesome. Caleb, yeah, hopefully he doesn't forget his towel. You never know when you need to hitchhike. The jingle bell bracelet. He did say he was going to put a bell on her, didn't he? Silas's birthday gift last time had a little hint to the no reflection vampirism, so... What did Caleb... Oh, Caleb gave us this, didn't he? It was this last year. I don't know what he gave this year. I haven't seen... I've been avoiding spoilers for the birthday stuff, because I have to wait a year to see them. Was it under ornaments? Yeah. This was the Carefree Melody. Childhood Carousel. Feels more linked with the present time, that, doesn't it? Because of all the aircrafts in it. Can eternity be more than an illusion? Paper cranes return, bearing wishes to rewind the clock. When the blossoms dry into keepsakes. Line recently anniversary said he was made from her. Yeah, it was in the Fronaveros event. The little chibi made us. He made like a slight joke reference to it. He didn't explicitly say like it was made from that, but I think it was definitely reinforcing the Adam and Eve theory of him being Eve. Yeah. Same source again. Caleb was mean again to me today. Now I'm just looking at everything with suspicion. So we've had
Perfect
a lot
timing.
of talk about those Asiatic apples. So I feel like that's gotta be some... And again, it was mentioned in Fronaveros too. They're in the home. I think they're probably gonna pop up. Yeah, he's also a giving emotional caretaker as well, which is usually associated with more feminine-like qualities. So you feel like it makes more sense for being Eve. Yeah, and pretty much in everything we saw today, he took the apple, he ate the apple, and we all know what the apple is. It's not an actual apple. But he's the sort of instigator to that. He does, doesn't he? Yeah. Yeah, that's emphasized across the world with them, yeah, for sure. Yili, wait, no, this is the one I was talking about where he's like, he seems to be having a dream where, perhaps of a life where that's not this one, because he wakes up very disorientated and he's like sort of kissing her. And as she gets closer, he's like, oh, sorry. Because they're not, I don't think in this card they were like dating at that time. But he's very, like in the myth, he sort of wakes up very disorientated. And it takes him like a minute or two to ground himself. It's never just an apple. The apple is the metaphor. Oh. But yeah, I think one thing that I'll be really surprised doesn't happen is I'm pretty sure the outfit's going to be Slooty on the Slootier side like Zane's is. And we're probably going to get a lot of parallels again between him and Zane and their sort of myths like we had with Xavier and Silas. The dreams are never just dreams either. Yes, they're all very, yeah, hang on, let me just turn the music down a bit because it's loud. Yeah, they're all very, you're right, they're all very important to them. And also, dreams seem to be how she dreams for MC as well. She gets sort of snippets of things she has forgotten throughout the reincarnations as well, doesn't she? Oh, we're just in the theorizing part of the stream now, where we're just having a bit of a natter about like expectations for the myth. What we're thinking we're gonna see. We're just looking at the 4-star card and zooming in, seeing what we could find. Looking at the thing we got for the anniversary too, the paper cutting event. He is taking the apple from the tree in that. Again, emphasizing that Eve role we think he's gonna play. Him and Zame also have that thing with shame too. Yeah. The giving and taking between each other. That wanting to protect her and being worried about hurting her, or sometimes accidentally hurting her, and then feeling a lot of pain because of that. Both growing up with her. Forces in play that want to use them to destroy her. Ever, Caleb, Astra, Zane. You feel like the wedding card makes even more sense now. There were a lot of little nods towards the myth in that card as well, weren't there? Like with the train and stuff. Where is the wedding card? I've got it, so it's there. I was like, I knew I had it somewhere. Caleb and Zane's myths always have more direct associations to the Fractal Library, but you feel like none of the others mention it, which is very interesting. Yeah, so again, I do think we have some that have parallels. Yeah, so maybe if there is a 6, they're going to parallel with Raphael more. Because I do think Xavier and Silas have similar parallels to what we see with Zane and Caleb. Oh, right, yes. Yeah. Yeah, this one, right? Yeah, yes. Oh, you're right. Yes, the apples are bitten into. Yep. Well, that one's got a lot. That one's been bitten on both sides. Yeah, even this one here, the half apple, that's had someone's nibbled that too. Oh, no, go back. I think, yes. Yeah, they go to the amusement park in the myth. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. With the train. And the Ferris wheel. Those two things distinctly were... Oh, the merry-go-round. These 3 things distinctly mentioned. Yes, I'm thinking the paper cutting event with him taking the apple from the tree, Verdant Wetlands, especially artwork. There are definitely going to be some key clue. And again, this one further with the Adam and Eve apple reference, isn't it? There's a lot of like them in a garden in summertime too. Travel to the edge of the universe, that book said. I didn't notice that until now. Was he remembering the myth? Is that what he saw? Because of what he's reading? Is that what he was dreaming about? Is that why he woke up so pained? Yeah, Prince versus the dragon, the sage versus the cyborg, and maybe mermaid versus... what? Yeah. Because again, I feel like it's not a coincidence. Like, you know, Lumiere being the savior, a hero, in Silas's position as the honor kindness leader, the sort of villain role with in the, you know, the underground. And he does have, yeah. Maybe a pirate? Yeah, I don't know. My brain did immediately think about maybe some kind of pirate too. Yeah, because what other things do we usually see mermaids sort of? Maybe it's because of Pirates. I don't know if it's because of Pirates of the Caribbean, like why my mind also went there, or some kind of sailor. Yeah. Maybe it'll be less on the nose. MC being called a unicorn, eternal life. Yeah. The Asiatic apple trees were always blooming when it was time for Caleb to leave for the academy as well, so MC associated them with loss, but Caleb associated them with the time he got to spend with her. Yeah. There's a lot of them in a garden during summertime, isn't there? The yearning card. Again with the apple. Very on the nose, that one. This one also very flourishing. Like he took her to a planet that was basically just like a nature-esque landscape, didn't he? And there too. Before people would explore the skies, people explored the seas. That's true. You feel like Caleb and Zane are also like, almost like magic versus science. Oh yeah, that's a good way of looking at it too, yeah. So yeah, I do think if we get a 6th, they're going to parallel with Raphael in some way. Because we've got Xavier and Silas, Zane and Caleb, and none of that feels accidental. Even in the myths, we've seen some parallels too. The event story, the different planets they explored, yeah, it was really, it's just, I really wish they would redo the events, even if you can't get, I mean, arguably it'd be nice if we could get materials, but even if you can't, because I feel like new players are going to miss so much little information not being able to do those events. Like, there's stuff that I feel like I have to watch someone who did the event go through for Dragon, for example, for me to not miss any hidden context that was in them. Because even with the vampire myth, you know, there was a lot that they sort of went through that further adds information to the myth itself. And this event was the same, you know? They went to visit all these planets, and it's like, I feel like I need to be able to revisit that. And I would like to be able to revisit that. They're also a symbol for longing and unrequited love, so it does fit a story well. Yes, because, you know, early on he's not sure, is he? And I think one of the things is that he's kind of worried she's not going to feel the same way that he does. So he's quite anxious about... enacting on his feelings, isn't he, at first? Yeah, yeah. Mmm. The little things, the little details. He mentioned the Cradle of Life as well. Ah, and the Spring and Flowers card, too. Mmm. Their jobs are very opposite. Yeah, Xavier's cop, Silas is mob boss. Zane is a doctor, Caleb's a colonel. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe something that destroys art. Something that works against art, it could be. It could be something either opposing or forcefully opposing or opposite. I do think if we get a 6, they're going to have some more specific ties to Eva. Maybe be more on the eviler side than morally grey. Because we've already got 2 to 3 morally grey. But it would be to an extent where they're still, you can still empathize with them. I don't think they'd go full evil to a point where it's like, wow, this guy's kind of a dick. Because they'd obviously want people to like them. But maybe someone who's, yeah, like someone who's more like involved in that aspect of things. If we hit the goal, we will, but we only do treats if we hit the goal. They're the only family for each other as well. Yeah, so if she rejects him, he's worried he'd perhaps potentially just lose her as like that sister figure as well. That would definitely have been going through his head that if she rejects me, maybe she's gonna scare her off. She's not gonna want to trust me or be around me anymore. Yeah. You think Kate? Yes, I'd be surprised if they go harder than. I mean, we saw the reaction to Throne of Eros, which was partially due to some things getting lost in translation. Yeah, but I definitely think, you know, you want to go into the third myth anticipating them to explore the same source more. Like, that is... I'd be incredibly surprised if it doesn't happen. Cap2, thank you so much for the Ko-fi tip. Getting us 226% of our goal, which means, yes, we will be feeding the kitty cats Treatos at the end of stream today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I said to my mods, oh, it'll probably only be like a 2-hour stream today, and we've gone 4 hours. Because we've been nattering so much about this third myth. Zane's gonna have to be an electrician, because thanks to Caleb, MC detonating once in a while. Oh my goodness, yeah. Though, to be fair, he's also a bit of a scientist, isn't he? Like, you know, he's dabbling. I think, didn't Caleb's, what was the card? The recent, so, yeah, this one caused a bit of a stir too, didn't it? I thought this was pretty tame. I mean, like, you know, I'd seen some viral posts of guys dressing up in aprons on, like, Zhao Hongshu. So I just figured they were working with that theme. But apparently it caused a bit of a stir. But I thought that was pretty tame. Yeah, apparently, yeah. You know, some people were saying it was inappropriate, and I was like, they definitely could have gone worse and harder with that. Something about the bite marks as well, but it was all they were consensual, so. Oh, you really wanted that card, or at least the accessory? Yeah, sometimes the pose was really cute as well. You thought it was kind of tame. Infold even went and added something to throw the main story translation after the fact, because it was being... Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, really? What did they change? What did they change? I didn't hear about this. But yeah, I think with Caleb, the... any, like, cultural context getting lost in translation so far has caused the most issues. I think because it's just, I don't know. Like I said, Throne of Eros, when I read it in Korean, it made more sense than in English. Like, things that felt awkward in the English version didn't feel as awkward in the Korean or the Chinese translations that I saw either. When translated a little more with that cultural context behind them. Mm. Right? Yeah, I mean, they didn't show them having a good night. They just alluded to it. So yeah, I don't know. I personally thought that was quite tame. Like, it could have been just an apron and nothing else. That would have been risky. But he's wearing pants. Oh, a physicist or a scientist, maybe. Which would fit with the Ever theme, so maybe a scientist to Ever. I don't think it's the guy from the main story some people have been talking about, because Raphael and MC kicked his arse. Pretty good. Like, humiliated him. I know he has a fancy model, but I think he only has a fancy model because of his part in Raphael's story. So I don't think it's him. I'm a little suspicious of the old guy with the young silhouette, though. Who's, like, seems to be the big bad of Ever right now. He has such a big part to play in that story, but they don't show his face. They say he's old, but he sounds young. And his silhouette looks young, too. There's something weird going on with him. And he also has a last name in English, and that rules him out. Yeah, so I don't think it's that guy. Because, like I said, I don't think we would get an interest that had their arse kicked by another before they got introduced. Yeah, he's got to be like a CEO or something, I think, yeah. Yeah, even in the showers, they're wearing pants, yep. Instead of sim blobs. Or a programmer or a techie, yeah. Yeah, so I think they're probably going to be more along the scientist line if we get a 6, and parallel in some capacity to Raphael, because he doesn't have that yet. If we go on the theory that they all have eyes related to stellar colors, then in theory he would have golden eyes, yeah. Which is a shame because your MC had red hair and golden eyes. Oh. They're gonna be shiny keys. I don't know. I'm you know, I haven't played the other games, so I don't know if like a love interest popped up at that point in the other games. I think it's gonna be risky because we've had 3 myths now, potentially going into 4. A wedding banner, a Forks wedding banner, and so many other cards, so many other multis with themes quite strong that they are gonna miss out on, that I'm not I'm like, how are they gonna keep up? How is that? I mean, when you think about Silas and Caleb and their missing content in comparison to the OT3, how is the heck is the 6 gonna catch up? Like, the 6 is gonna be introduced at a point, if they ever do get introduced, where they're doing content with them as a main is going to be an absolute pain in the ass. Because they're going to have just such little content compared to the others. Xavier's blue, Zane is green, Silas red, Raphael is a pinky purple, so let's just say pink, and then Caleb purple. I'm also good with 5 personally, yeah, because I feel like if there's a struggle to keep up with the content now as is with 5, don't add a 6. Just keep it at 5. Make sure the content is balanced across the board. It's been 2 years. 5's a good number. Right, yeah, because Caleb and Silas still only have 1 Bond story. Let's remember that, too. They'd have to start at the bottom and work from the top, yeah. And I think they'd have to be so visually distinct and interesting to stand out amongst what we already have. Which, again, is a reason why I don't think it's the guy Raphael beat up. He's just not interesting enough visually. He's too, like, looks like someone you'd see on the street. He doesn't have really like a something that puts him apart from the rest. Even his hair color very standard. We've already got the boy next door, which is Caleb. Yeah, and we're waiting long enough for the reruns in between the content now. At this point, Persona, I'm like, are we even getting a second? Did they just decide not to do it? Does it even exist? After a year, I'm losing hope. Yeah, I mean, he tried to kidnap her twice, didn't he, Sakura? Oh! You'd like him to be more tan as well, the next one, too. Yeah, right now I think Silas is the tannest, isn't he? And even then he's described as pale by MC. Yeah, so I think he mostly has a detailed model because he was there to make Raphael look good. But I think he's also probably going to play more of a part in Raphael's story later on, yeah, because they've met up twice for their fork sort of. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to hand her over meetings. But yeah, I'd be disappointed if it turned out to be him because I just think he's too plain. He got his ass kicked by Raphael, so immediately I think less of him. Like, sorry, buddy, but Team Raphael. You wish the color palette would be warmer, since all the other leaves are more... Oh yeah, they are quite cool toned in their palettes, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't... Yeah. Yeah. I just think... Like I said, we've already got the boy next door. That's Caleb. But Caleb has distinct features that also, you know, separate him from just looking like a guy next door. You could move in next. He's got purple eyes. He's obviously based off the aesthetic of a popular actor who played a lot of like general roles that I think the devs are a fan of. That guy's serious. Raphael would judge you so hard. Like, seriously? The guy whose arse we kicked? Yeah, the mechanical arm, yeah. And he's got a lot of, like, Top Gun references, too. Throughout. But Caleb is unique enough to stand out. I guess this is, like, from a design perspective, not just a story perspective, like, he's got enough visual intrigue to carry himself on his own. I don't feel like that Sunderland guy does, personally. You know, Raphael, purple hat. You know, you see I feel like you see a silhouette of Raphael. You know it's Raphael. He's just very distinct in his posture, his hair, the mannerisms. Yeah, he'd have to have such a specific visual design to stand out, not just on his own, but among the rest. Yes, exactly. He's the boy next door with a twist. Yeah. And I do like that with a lot of the interests, they do take what is often a cliche trope and subvert it. Like with Silas, you know. Oh, look, he's the mafia sort of dom daddy. Oh, wait, no, he's not. He's actually quite kind-hearted and a bit of a Robin Hood under all that. He cares about people and he gives to the poor and he looks after those who are less fortunate. So they do, I do like when they subvert the tropes like that. And also like Raphael, you know, cute exterior, gentle, looks almost delicate at times, artist, assassin, out for revenge. God. He's just a big teddy bear. And then Zane, control, but he's not in control. He's got that Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. And he's fighting really hard to you know, be in control all the time. Even like Xavier, while he's a hero, he made a choice that ultimately ended up in the destruction of his planet. Because he was given an impossible choice to pick between the woman he loved and his homeland. So he's the hero, has to make the really tough choices, but the choices feel more realistic and grounded because of the consequences. Yeah, seems all sweet and aloof, but he's also a little, quite possessive. He's the one with the spice. I would argue him and Zane, despite their themes, like, you know, Xavier looking very cute and cuddly on the exterior, Zane with his control, they had the spiciest cards, those two. Especially some of the spiciest secret times before Freak Caleb came in. Before Freaky Caleb showed up. And decided to out-freak everybody. Those two had very hungry, very spicy material. Yeah. I think Caleb is trying to give them a run for their money right now. Xavier made a dumb choice, and Top Gun never leave your behind your wingman. He did that to us. That's why he makes me so mad. Oh. He tried his best, bless him. Oh, he had some tough choices. But also him being the hero who's jealous of himself. It'll never not be funny, Xavier being so jealous of Lumiere. It's like, dude, you are Lumiere. What do you mean you're jealous of her? Like, I just love that about him, that he's jealous of himself. Wait, no, this one's defense. Defense, attack, it's gonna be HP. We don't have HP yet. And then, whatever his third sort of, you know, the two main Stella and then the one that comes next, it's gonna be whatever that is, because it was with Silas, where it went pink, green, blue. I can't remember what it is for Caleb. Can anyone remember? He's got red, purple. Is it green? Green, okay. Red? No, red and purple are his two mains, aren't they? Okay, I'm thinking it might be green then. Yeah, okay, yeah, chat, okay. I was looking through his cards and thinking, green, I'm feeling green. Yeah. So, I'm thinking green. Green HP. Yes. So I'm thinking green. It's definitely going to be HP, because we've got defense and attack already. So, yeah. Because Silas, Raphael, Zane, etc., they all went on that, where, like, the third most common Stella for them was, like, not their two mains, but the other one was the third myth. So, it's going to be that for Caleb. Yeah. Blue, no green. And, because I don't think any of them... So, red, what do we have? Red, pink, yellow, blue. Yeah, it's going to be green. There's no way it's going to be blue. So, yeah, green. Green HP is what you want to farm. Well, you just want to farm the green crystals, basically. Yeah. But we don't have... What was the... I missed the birthday. I wish I pulled it, but I wasn't sure if I was gonna... I do regret not pulling for that birthday card. I watched Jerry's instead. Okay. Ah, bloody hell, it was green. I knew it. It's okay, I'll pull for it this year. Because I watched my friend's card instead of pulling for that one. Oh, I regret it. I do use them in combat a lot, so yeah. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Neuro Knight Return, yeah. So if his next multi's green, he'll have a full set then, right? Not counting the 4 stars. Ignoring the 4 stars. He's already got full 5-star purples, hasn't he? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah, if he gets one more green card, he can have a full green set. It's gonna be HP, 100%. Yeah. They all had whatever the one they were missing was, so it would be unfair for it not to be HP at this point, because it just wouldn't make sense logically. Maybe. Oh, maybe. Yeah, we've had a wand, a gun. Yeah, it could be kind of a sword, or yeah. It'll be whatever. It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna. We're gonna get another wand or sword, or gun. Sorry. So yeah, it'll probably be either the great, so a 2-handed weapon or 1-handed. Yeah, it'll be one of those. With Silas, his HP was the great sword. The claymore just tend to get paired with that. Yeah. I like the staff, and the gun is nice too. So it's going to be a weapon. I think they all had a weapon they hadn't had. Yeah, I don't think they had doubles, so it'll be the 1-handed sword or the 2-handed, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards the great sword. But we'll see. It's definitely going to be one of those two, for sure. Yeah, Xavier and Silas had the wand, yeah. Oh, that's true. We did. We did, didn't we? Yeah. Oh, okay. That makes me lean more towards that then. The claymore. Which I know some people are going to be like, yay, and other people are going to be like, no. It's a decisive one, the claymore. Jungle machete? Yeah, they could do a little twisty on it. Because with Silas's, it turns into a scythe at one point, doesn't it? The wand. If you watch it carefully. So it might have something fancy like that. Wand gang. I do enjoy the wand. Yeah. I like it, you know, XO2 and this one are probably like my 2 favorites to play. So once I got used to Dragon and the Claymore, it became really fun, but it took me more time to get the rotation right for that than with the wands. Guns are usually pretty easy, straightforward rotations for those. Claymore can be a bit trickier, which might be why it's decisive. Yeah. But one's just fun. Flowy. There's just something satisfying about how it flows. You just like to stay out there, yeah. You can stay back as well and just enjoy the view. You don't have to get up close like you do with Claymore. So that's another nice thing about it. Oh, wait, whatever they give us, I'm excited to see what it's going to be. I hope it's going to fill in some lore holes that we have, maybe even explain the source, or at least confirm it to us that they come from. So I'm hoping it takes place early in their timeline, the next myth. That's what I want. Early in the timeline, sort of diving deeper into that lore, answering a lot of questions that we've had over the year, while tying into today's myth as well. Yes, the timing matters a lot more with the Claymore. Yeah. It depends. I mean, when we get to the fourth myths, assuming we're going to get fourth myths, there'll be somewhat, the rotation will, unless they add another element, which I don't think they will, you know, HP, defense, attack, etc. I'm assuming the fourth will be whatever their first was. So, like, for example, like with Silas, the fourth myth, one would assume would then be attack, because Conqueror was attack. One thing that's annoying with the gun is that it launches you back and you have to keep moving forward. Oh yeah, especially with, yeah, be Raph. Yeah, that can happen, yeah. Lumia has a second myth with a gun, and Zane's fourth, you feel, would then be a gun too. Oh, Silas hasn't had a short sword yet, has he? So, that'll probably be fourth for him. Oh, short sword with attack would be interesting. Yeah, because I think there's at least 4 weapon types, isn't there? Wand, gun, short sword, claymore. Right? Am I missing anything? I think those are the 4 main types. Honestly, bow and arrow would be cool. Yeah, I'd like them to do something like that, where we get something that's maybe similar mechanically. For example, like the bow could similarly be similar to the gun mechanically, but it's a bow. But new types of weapons would also be fun. Yeah. So fourth myth, we can assume the missing weapon type would be the main. But because there's only HP, defense, and attack, one would assume it goes back to the whatever the standard myth had in that case. The prototype did have a bow, including MC. Ooh. So there's a chance. We're saying there's a chance. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see what theories end up being true. Maybe the multi is going to have some clues for us. The next multi, you know? We're going to have to pay really close attention to Caleb's card during the Valentine's multis, I think. See if we can decipher any more clues from it. Oh, yeah, I don't think they do they? A whip, a hammer, a scythe, a fantasy. Oh, I'd love jewel fans. Like the Cow Sisters and Dynasty Warriors. That'd be fun. Just fans with really sharp blades on them. There's so much they could do, weapon-wise. They could really have fun with that. But first we need more orbits. Oh, way more orbits. I need battle update. Guess we didn't get one for the anniversary. Nunchucks. Martial arts, yeah. I mean, Silas is standard myth. He just uses his fist, doesn't he? He just goes in and punches things. All right, shall we feed the kitty cats? Oh, katana. And they could just mechanically, they've already got sword animations. Slap a katana skin on it. Okay, I'll be right back. We're gonna feed the kitty. Feed the wild animals. Okay. Oh, hi, Killy. Yesy. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't have any hands free to mute that. Banshee sneeze. Yes, it's a cat. Cats. There you go. Oh, Killy! Trying to hook my skin. Okay, whoa. Jenny was like, he's had enough, he's had enough. Killy, nom nom. Nom nom. Nom nom. Nuka, it's coming back to you. Just wait a minute, let me... Ooh. These ones are kept in fridge. Thankfully, this one has not learned how to open cupboards or the fridge yet. He's tried. He's not quite worked it out yet. If you do leave them out in the open, though, these two will work together to get into them and cause a mess. They have to be locked away. Yeah, soon. You gotta be careful. Anything you do in front of Nuka, he will then know how to do. Like, he knows how to open the bathroom door. He knows how to open most of the, sort of bedroom doors. You have to duct tape your fridge and freezer. Yeah. Yeah. See? I think Killy's gone. Just wait. Trying to blind me with his whiskers this week. No, 6 is enough. Do not encourage him to get a 7th. I cannot handle 7. 6 is enough. Because it's Muggins here who's going to have to look after him. It's me who has to stay at home and babysit them. Not him. He had cats as a kid who figured out how round or one paw on top, one under. Yeah. Yeah. I think he would work that out too. We got the handles, so he knows it's just, you know, weight down. Push. He knows how to open slidey doors, but he doesn't quite have the strength for it. We've seen him, like, try to do that to them. You have secondary locks on doors when you host parties with people, and they have so many questions, like, it's for the cats. How can she hate cats? Shame. Oh, okay, okay, that was quite an aggressive bite. Wow. Is it delicious? Yeah, my dad's kind of the same. He says he doesn't like keeping animals at home. Oh, we did get some sad news about the burb though. The bird did pass away sadly just before New Year, he said. The one that liked to listen to the Mongolian throat singing. Yeah. Yeah, he told me a couple of weeks ago about it. It was the last one that they had. Oh, goodness. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out today for what was supposed to be a short stream, but ended up being almost 5 hours, because we watched The Myth and we had a really good natter. Yeah. I do enjoy the Love and Deep Space streams. They're always really chill, and we just get to hang out, enjoy some good stories together, occasionally some scandalous moments, and have a good theorize about all the stories. It's a lot of fun. They're a nice sort of break between the weekday chaos. So the next Love and Deep Space stream will be for the upcoming Valentine's banner / Chinese New Year. I think those two dates are coinciding. I think it's like around the 14th this year. So wait, hang on. What am I looking for? Days. So probably 6 to 7 days is my guess. So next week. Sometime next week, yeah. Even with the depression, the Myth streams are still fun. Alright, so there's no stream tomorrow. I did put the schedule up in our Discord and in the YouTube community post tab. We have Divinity on Wednesday, a YouTube short tomorrow, which will probably be some Divinity chaos. We had a lot of chaos last stream. And Fallout on Friday. Saturday, we'll be finishing off Dispatch, episode 7 to 8, which I've been enjoying thoroughly. On Sunday, there'll be more Divinity. And then the week after, we'll be, we'll finally know what the Valentine's banner is. What we'll probably do for that one is when it gets announced, because it tends to get announced when I'm not streaming. I will hold off on watching the trailer until we can watch it together. And we'll do that. If we can. Sometimes it happens so quickly, like by the time I stream next, we're streaming it. So if we can do a reaction to it first, we will, and watch it together. And then we'll have a proper stream when the banner goes live. Yeah, and hopefully some good events as well. All right, everybody, I will see you later. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much, as always, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I will see you on Wednesday for some Divinity chaos. Bye-bye.